Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. I'd like to call to order this open session of the National School District Governing Board. And I would like to ask Oliver Ramos to come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Testing. Okay. I'd like you to stand up, please. Right hand over your heart. Ready, set, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you very much. All right. Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Lopez.
Present.
Ms. Sarmiento.
Present.
Ms. Pacheco Castañeda.
Present.
Ms. Ábalos.
Present.
Ms. Cook.
Present. All right, I have something I need to read out for the record. In closed session on January 17, 2024, the board directed legal counsel to initiate or intervene in a legal action, social media litigation, by a 3-0 vote. The action, the defendants, and the other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the district's ability to effectuate service of process on one or more unserved parties, or that to do so would jeopardize the district's ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. The members voted as follows. Trustee Bencourt Castañeda, aye. Trustee Gates, aye. Trustee Lizárraga, aye. Absent at the time, Trustee Ábalos and Trustee Sarmiento. All right. Well, welcome to the meeting, and we would like to start with item 5A, which is a presentation by the Superintendent Roundtable. Dr. Brady.
Yes, good evening, trustees. This group is a group that needs no introduction, so I'll ask that the roundtable students head on over to the podium. And as you know, these are my colleagues that I work with every month. They come over here to the district office in this room, and they are ambassadors in district initiatives to their schools. So they're going to give you a little update on what we've been working on.
Good evening, President Gates, trustees, Dr. Brady, and executive cabinet. My name is Melanie Vargas from Palmer Way School. It's very good to see you again. You might remember me from my school updates to the board earlier this year. Tonight, I am honored to represent the Superintendent Student Roundtable. The Superintendent Student Roundtable is a group of 6th graders who work alongside our superintendent to promote district initiatives, take action on global goals, and model the attributes defined in our profile of a national school district learner. Through collaboration, research, and creative problem solving, we strive to make a meaningful impact on our schools and community. We take on challenges, make a meaningful impact, curiosity and courage, ask thoughtful questions, work together to find solutions. You heard a few examples from our school presented, such as this Kids Heart Safe Challenge and No Ireland campaign, and our Earth Hop project, which we will be sharing more about tonight. The attributes listed on the profile of a National School District learner are what we aspire to achieve through our years in the National School District. They guide how we learn, lead, and contribute to the world around us. Each of you has a copy of the profile in front of you. As you listen to our presentation tonight, we encourage you to look for evidence of these qualities in the work we are doing. Starting March 1st, 2025, a new promotion for the National School District will be displayed in the checkout lines at the Smart & Final and El Super in National City. We will showcase the Superintendent Student Roundtable demonstrating our vision for a National School District learner. Last year, our checkout lines promotions reached a whopping 5 million impressions. We're excited to be featured in the upcoming promotion. Here's a sneak peek.
Good evening, President Gates, trustees, Dr. Brady, and executive cabinet. My name is David Bielmahid, and I represent John Otis School. In our last Superintendent Student Roundtable update, our colleagues shared a little bit about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the SDGs. The SDGs are 17 global goals designed to create a more sustainable and equitable world. They address important issues like poverty, clean water, quality education, and climate action. By working on these goals at a local level, we promote diversity, advocate for equity and inclusion, and develop a deeper understanding of the world around us. Tonight, we will share how we are bringing these goals to life in our district through the creation of original music. In the next few slides, we will provide an overview of our recent Earth Up workshop in collaboration with San Diego State University. This workshop focused on creating, recording, and manipulating sounds for our songs, refining our musical ideas, and designing visuals for album covers that represent our music and messages.
Good evening, President Gates, trustees, Dr. Brady, and executive cabinet. My name is Alejandro Castañeda, and I go to Olivewood School. I want to share how we export sampling as part of our music project. The first part of our workshop focused on learning how everyday sounds can be transformed into music. We watched a video made by our SDSU lead mentor, Barb Max. In the video, Barb demonstrated how she recorded herself yawning and turned it into the sound of a whale. This inspired us to think critically about the sounds around us and how we should use them creatively in our own songs. Next, we got hands-on with GarageBand on our iPads. We recorded samples of anything we could find and experimented with effects to transform them. Then, as a band, we collaborated to brainstorm what unique sounds could work for our song. Then, we were given time to explore and capture interesting sounds. We approached this challenge with confidence, curiosity, and independent thinking, researching different ways to shape sound and make creative decisions together. It was an exciting process that pushed us to communicate our ideas in new ways. Check out the sample my band recorded using the sound of water.
Good evening, President Gates, trustees, Dr. Brady, and executive cabinet. My name is Edison Dian, and I represent the Kimball School. I'd like to share the next step in our music project, song drafting. During this part of the workshop, we listened to snippets of each band's song drafts as a class. It was inspiring to hear the different ideas and styles coming together. Then we returned to our bands and started experimenting with adding the samples we had recorded earlier into our own songs. After that, it was time for feedback. Each band discussed what worked and what didn't. We listened to each other with open minds, respecting different opinions and making sure everyone's voice was heard. We also supported one another by offering ideas and encouragement, because we all want our songs to be the best they can be. My band is called the Sigma Alphas, and our song is about air pollution. It's about world hunger. On the slide, you also see the names of other bands. Through our music, we hope to spread awareness about the SDGs and inspire others to take action.
Good evening, President Gates, trustees, Dr. Brady, and Executive Cabinet. My name is Rebecca Van Oosting, and I represent Las Palmas School. I'm pleased to share our final step for this workshop, designing album art for our music project. After writing and composing our songs, our goal is to create artwork that reflects the themes, emotions, and messages behind our music. To start, we explored existing album covers and asked ourselves, how does art connect to music? What makes an album cover meaningful? From there, we began thinking about our own messages. Each band worked together to brainstorm ideas, sketch designs using provided templates, and fill out a planning document. This was a chance for us to be open-minded, ask questions, and challenge ourselves to think creatively. Some of us stepped out of our comfort zones, trying new artistic styles or looking at our music in a different way. In the photo on the right, you can see the illustration that my band is working on. It represents fire to catch people's attention. This is just the beginning of our album art journey. We will continue refining our designs and producing our final pieces at a future roundtable. So that is what the Superintendent Roundtable is currently working on. Do you have any questions?
Trustee Sarmiento.
I don't have any questions, but I'd like to say thank you. You all came off as very polished, very professional, and you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much too. We really appreciate it.
Dr. Brady.
I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues for your presentation tonight. It was very well articulated. You're doing a lot of hard work. I thank you for that work and for coming here at night to update the governing board. So thank you for that. Governing board, we can get you the schedule. We'd love to invite anyone to come in and visit the students and see the roundtable in action. But don't be surprised if you come that they may be sitting in your seats. Because we do use the seats as well.
All right, I have a quick question though. Who really does not like getting up and doing presentations? Who would you say is, of all five of you, who is the shyest one here? But that's real, because the thing is, I couldn't tell either. You did a fabulous job in getting up there with confidence and being the professionals in the room. So congratulations on that, and keep that up. That's absolutely, it's rock star quality. Nicely done. So.
Thank you much. We work very hard on everything we do. So we really appreciate the feedback you give to us.
Well, I would like to say congratulations to you as well, but also to you parents for having your children here. You can tell you have a very strong foundation at home, because they did do an amazing job here. So you should also thank yourselves for the amazing job you're doing with your children. And they also have a very fierce leader. So thank you, Dr. Brady. But yes, I don't think anybody was shy to be here. So I look forward to seeing you guys up here one day. So thank you for your guys' leadership. I'm gonna call your name up, and when you get your certificate and your award, we're gonna have you go to the front of the dais. You're gonna be taking your picture, we're gonna take a group picture. Family, please don't be shy, take as many pictures as you like, group pictures, and then once we're all done, then you can take your children. But let's just wait till we finish all these words, okay? Gracia, Santila? Gracia, sorry, that's Santila. Alejandro Castañeda. David Gill. Rebecca. And Austin. And then Dr. Brady, I think you should join us. And then any of your teachers, principals from your respective schools, you're more than welcome to join us. Anybody, principals, teachers? Principals?
I'm not blocking. I don't want to block.
Okay. Parents, don't be shy.
Can I get?
Joy? Sure.
Here, I'll take a picture. Let me get everybody in there. Ooh. Oh, you have it on video. My bad. Oh, there we go. Got it.
Wait, one more.
Oh, oh.
All right, thank you, everyone. Now, item 5B, we have a presentation by Lincoln Acres School students. And we are asking Principal Daniela Ruiz-Jo to come up, please, to lead us in this presentation.
Good evening, Board President Gates, Board Members Avalos, Castañeda, Sarmiento, and Lopez. Good evening, Dr. Brady, Superintendent and Cabinet. Thank you so much for having us here, our Lincoln Acres community, to celebrate the amazing things that are happening at our school. Once a year, we have the great opportunity to come and show off a little bit of what we do and share with you the great time that we have at our school. I'm very fortunate to work at a school where I have teachers who are passionate and know every one of our students by name, by need, and by strength. So I could come every day of the month to showcase something that is happening in our classrooms. Yet today, I decided to shine a spotlight on a program that doesn't only benefit our students at Lincoln Acres, but it benefits our students across the district. And it is the Visual and Performing Arts program. And this is one tool that we use to ensure that our students are well-rounded individuals beyond what one little piece of information can give us. And it is through these opportunities that our students grow, our students progress, and our students develop to be amazing humans and individuals who have been exposed to multiple aspects of being human. And today we're going to talk about the visual and performing arts. I have the pleasure of introducing Miss Tax, our amazing BAPA teacher, who I was very fortunate to get at Lincoln Acres, and she will introduce the rest of the team.
Good evening, President Gates, trustees, Dr. Brody, and the executive cabinet. My name is Liz Tax, and I am the VAPA teacher at Lincoln Acres Elementary School. Some of my fourth grade actors are going to come and join me right now. Don't be shy, I know you guys are shy. All right, I have Mateo, Brielle, Oliver, and Kendra, and they are my wonderful fourth grade actors. And they came with me today to showcase some of the critical things that we do in our VAPA program. So the first thing that we do in our classroom is we use rigorous language to warm up our articulators and prepare us for speaking on the stage. So don't be shy and follow along. Some rigorous language practice called Amidst the Mists. Alright, ready guys?
Amidst the mist and coldest frost, when stoutest wrist and loudest boast, he pressed his fist against the post and still insists he sees the ghost.
Alright. Yeah, some tough vocabulary. Good job. This next activity is something that we like to use to get A and B dialogue going in our classrooms. Things like line memorization, demonstrating listen, react, and respond sequences. This is called the Prince of Paris. The Prince of Paris lost his hat, and Brielle knows where it's at.
Who, sir? Me, sir?
Yes, sir. You, sir.
No, sir, not I, sir.
Then who, sir?
Kendra, sir.
Kendra. The Prince of Paris lost his hat, and you know where it's at.
Who, sir? Me, sir?
Yes, sir. You, sir.
No, sir, not I, sir.
Who, sir?
Oliver, sir.
Oliver. Like the Prince of Paris lost his hat, and you know where it's at.
Who, sir? Me, sir?
Yes, sir. You, sir.
No, sir, not I, sir.
Then who, sir?
Sir, I think Mateo knows that, sir.
Mateo. The Prince of Paris lost his hat, and you know where it's at.
Who, sir? Me, sir?
Yes, sir. You, sir.
No, sir, not I, sir.
Then who, sir?
You know where it's at.
I do. All right, go ahead and take a bow, my friends. All right, this last activity we use as a warm-up is a theater game called When I Go to Sweden. This game demonstrates some memorization skills and allows students to work with something called given circumstances, which you'll see. All right, Kendra, what is the weather in Sweden when we go?
Hot.
Hot? Okay, and Mateo, what are we going to do when we get to Sweden?
We're going to a pool and a fancy hotel.
Ooh, I like that answer. All right, now, when I go to Sweden, I'm going to bring a large beach hat.
When I go to Sweden, I'm going to bring a large beach hat and a bathing suit. When I go to Sweden, I'm going to bring my big sun hat, my bathing suit, and my luggage. When I go to Sweden, I'll bring my big beach hat, my swimming suit, and a luggage, and a passport.
Ooh.
When I go to Sweden, I will bring my big hat, sun hat, a swimming suit, a luggage, a passport, and a flip-flops.
So this is the most exciting thing because they're going to show you a little bit of our fourth grade culminating year-end activity, which is the Reader's Theater of one of my favorite stories, Chavdo's Kitchen. So they're going to come grab their students and they're going to take their places.
Chato's Kitchen by Gary Soto. Chato, a low-riding cow with 6 stripes, was speaking towards a sparrow when he heard the scrape of tiny feet coming from the yard next door. Chato's ears perked up. Left, right. His tail began to swing to the rhythm. He felt the twitch of Mambo! And I said, the movement frightened the sparrow. Yo, sorry! Who shot off into a tree. No problema. Chato said to himself and followed his nose to the fence. Through the narrow stalks, Chato's eyes grew big as he saw it. Fine mouse, the color of Great River Rock. Yes, a whole family of fat, juicy mice moving into the house next door. Chato waved his tongue over his lips and meowed as he brother. Híjole, that's the tallest cat I've ever seen. Órale, neighbors, don't be scared of me. I'm a cool little riding cat. Chato said from the top of the fence as the mice dropped their things and scattered. No de veras, hombre, I'm okay. Chato tried to reassure them that the yard was empty. Chato thought for a moment and stabbed his face into his furry shoulders and chewed. So what if I got you pulgas? Dude, I'm a cat. And then Chato had an idea. Aha! I will buy the mice for dinner. Great job, my friend.
The last thing that our fourth graders would like to share with you is how VAPA has illuminated their human potential.
Through VAPA, I have learned how to be an actor by using my facial expressions and projecting my voice. I am more willing to try new things and continuously strive to strengthen my creativity and innovation. VAPA has taught me to be prepared to be a world citizen. It teaches me how to act in a theater setting and introduces me to a different culture's word life, helping me appreciate the value of everything. VAPA has prepared me to be a world citizen. It teaches me how to act in theater settings, introduce me to different cultures worldwide, helping me appreciate the value of every person.
VAPA has made me more confident and less shy. I have learned to communicate effectively with diverse audiences. It has helped me become an exceptional prepared learner.
The visual and performing arts program at Lincoln Acres helped us become exceptionally prepared, innovative, compassionate, and globally aware learners. With the skills we acquire, we each reach our goals and dreams. The sky is the limit.
All right, thank you so much, students, for just coming today and for performing. As a fellow performer, I know how dear VAPA is to us, so I'm very just honored to see you and just shine as well. And thank you to our teacher and our principal for having us at Lincoln Acres. So I'm gonna call your name and you're gonna receive a gift, and then you're gonna go to the front to take a picture. Sound good? Awesome. Kendra Ivory, did I say it correctly? Thank you. Brielle Meza. Oliver Ramos. Mateo Zavala Chavez. You can have the teacher as well and principal.
And thank you, parents, for allowing us to be part of their growth and their accomplishments. Thank you for bringing them over.
Dr. Brady. I did have one question. Are you all in the same VAPA group or are you from different classes? Same class. And what time do you have VAPA so I can come visit?
They are my first class of the day, so they're at
No problem.
8:15.
On which day?
Every 3 weeks on Wednesdays.
Wednesdays at 8:15.
Feel free to come visit me.
All right. Mrs. Gomez, Mrs. Cesenia, let's get that on my calendar. I look forward to seeing more. That was fun.
It is very fun. All right. Thank you. Item 5C, recognition of Kelly Contreras as a National School District Shine Volunteer, Principal Ruiz Jones.
Good evening, board members and cabinet once again. Again, this is my favorite board meeting when I get to present because I get to show off everything amazing that is happening at Lincoln Acres. And another amazing thing that has happened at Lincoln Acres is having the good fortune of, in a time of need, in a time where things could have gone really bad for our school, a family popped up and attended all of Dr. Brady's meetings as she was supporting me and communicating with our families about situations that were impacting our school. And this family said, we're here, we're staying, and we want to make Lincoln Acres the best school possible for all of our students, for all of our children, and for our community. And this is where Miss Kelly comes into play, along with all of our amazing children that she brings to Lincoln Acres. Full-time worker, full-time PTA president, full-time school site council president, so full-time DPAC because she's here at all of our meetings. Mr. Jarvis, her husband, because I'm very fortunate to get a package deal, was in our safety meeting last night here till 5:30 p.m. as well. So I am so fortunate to have people at Lincoln Acres in our students' lives that care beyond themselves. And this is what Miss Kelly represents a care that is not stopped when things look bad. It's a care that stands stronger and stands with a head higher because this is where we're at and we are moving forward. And that's what Lincoln Acres is all about. And Ms. Kelly is a great representative of who we are and what we stand for. And she has worked so hard to make sure that our teachers are feeling supported, that our families are being supported. Not only is it her and her husband, she has gathered a group of about 10 parents now that want to volunteer. It might not sound like a lot, but when I had one last year, now we have 10. So that's a huge success. And Ms. Kelly has been instrumental in making this happen because she's going to our meetings, participating, reaching out to parents, reaching out to the community, and making sure that our school is represented the way it needs to be. So Ms. Kelly, for that and many more, I thank you and I thank all of your family for all of your hard work, for all of your effort, and for allowing us to be part of your life. As we get to see your children grow from TK all the way up to second grade now. But we have one more client. We have one more client coming on. So thank you very much, Ms. Kelly. We are grateful. Yes. Come on up.
I want to say thank you. This caught me very much by surprise, but I do want to say how much I enjoy Lincoln Acres and how much I enjoy serving my community. This has been a very spontaneous passion, and I've learned not only to kind of take initiative in those instances where, you know, there's uncertainty, and we've always kept a team effort, and I couldn't say that I did this by myself. I definitely did this with Lincoln Acres, and without you, Ms. Daniela, too, I don't think that this team would be complete. So I want to appreciate everyone that, you know, gave me this award as well. I want to be a part of my community and give the best that I can. So thank you guys so much.
Hi, I'd just like to say congratulations. I have an award for you, Volunteer of the Month Award presented to Kelly Contreras, recognizing your noteworthy contributions to the children and families in the National School District. And along with that, a water bottle. And thank you because our parents and school board, thank you also too for recruiting. By the way, I'm an alumni of Lincoln Acres.
Oh, yes,
I went there a couple years ago.
Me too. I grew up in Lincoln Acres.
Did you?
Yes, I did. And I love Lincoln Acres. That's why. Not that all the district is amazing. The whole district is amazing. Dr. Brady, you're amazing. I truly enjoy being in this community.
It's a tight community,
It is,
absolutely.
it is.
Thank you. Come
Thank
on up
you.
front, let's get a picture with the
Okay,
family.
thank you so
It's-
much. I had to bring my whole team.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
How old are they?
So we have my 7-year-old, my 5-year-old, my 9-year-old, and then my 1-year-old. I hope he couldn't make it.
Yeah, but he was here yesterday. He took the late night shift yesterday with his
Very
kids.
happy, very ecstatic. Thank you so much.
I get the baby.
He said, come on over. Yes.
One more.
Miss Jax, come on over. Miss Lena can take the picture.
All you supporters, come on up. Supporting the whole
Parents,
family.
kids, bring it in. We're gonna do a whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring it in. This is a family appreciation time. So come on over, families. We're just gonna jump all in here. Don't mind. Yes, I know they miss each other. Oh, you would be a Jenny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 5B is to introduce and welcome the new employees. Dr. Kevin?
I have the pleasure of introducing our new employees. We have one tonight. Unfortunately, she was not able to make it, but I'd still like to read a little bit about Paulina Diaz Lizarraga. She is an instructional assistant healthcare at Olivet School. Ms. Diaz Lizarraga is currently one of our instructional assistant substitutes, and she holds a bachelor's degree in physical therapy from Universidad de Guadalajara, Mexico. Welcome, Paulina, to our district.
All right, this is the point at which I remind all of you, we would love for you to stay. But if you do need to go, thank you very much for coming and being here tonight with us, sharing your presentations and your time. It has been really good to hear from our students, especially again, and to honor all of you. So thank you for being here. But if you have homework, or if your parents can't stay out too late without getting grumpy, you can take them. Okay? Go ahead.
Gracias. Sí. Mi corazón.
Yeah.
our children shine.
I really appreciate that.
Do you want a picture with this? Yeah.
Dr. Vargas, would you help take the picture?
There you go.
Thank you. Yes, of course. Glad you should be here.
Sometime I'll.
All right. Thank you, everybody. All right, item 6 is public communications. Public communication provides the public with an opportunity to address the board regarding an item on the agenda or other topic. Anyone wishing to address the board shall submit a request for oral communications card. Cards are available near the entrance to the boardroom and are to be submitted to the recording secretary. A member of the public who wishes to address the board on any such matter is limited to 3 minutes for one matter, up to a maximum of 5 minutes for all closed and open session matters. There shall be a limit of 20 minutes for any matter unless such time limit is waived by a majority vote of the board. Members of the public may not yield any time to other speakers. No board action can be taken. Do we have speakers? All right. Item 7 is the agenda. 7A, to accept the agenda. Do I have a motion? Do we have any questions? All right. I have a motion to accept by trustee Benfer Castaneda, a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote. Absent.
Yes, we do.
Oh, we need to revote.
Aventados for you, for now.
Item 8, to approve consent agenda, routine items of business. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and will be acted upon in one action by the board. It is understood that the superintendent has recommended approval for these items. There will be no discussion prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent agenda. All items approved by the board will be deemed considered in full and adopted as recommended. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Any questions? All right, I have a motion to approve by trustee Avalos, a second by trustee Benfer Castaneda. Please vote.
Aventados for you, for now.
Item 9, general functions. Item 9A is a report on California School Board Association's annual education conference. Per board bylaw 9240, board members shall report orally or in writing on the board training activities they attend for the purpose of sharing the acquired knowledge or skills with the full board and enlarging the benefit of the activity to the board and district. So, I do not know, did we draw straws? Okay. Trustee Sarmiento, thank you.
Okay, I'm back. I had attended a really interesting presentation, and probably the best one I've attended because I knew nothing about it, and what better than to sit in on, right? It was called the AI Roadmap Facilitation Guide. That's a mouthful. And the conference title was Promise, Parallel Policy, and Performance. It was given by Troy Trent. What was interesting about it was it talked about the hazards of AI, the advantages of AI. There's so much to learn, and this is a topic that I knew nothing about. They talked about the possibility of cheating and plagiarism, security and privacy, the ways that the ways to avoid AI. They should be handwriting, sometimes everything, not everything, but the problem is if they're plagiarizing, if they're just downloading something from the computer, then obviously it's not their own work. I was asking my grandson about this today, and I asked him, is there a possibility or the tendency for kids to want to do that? He goes, yeah, I know a kid who does it all the time. And I said, well, the only disadvantage to that is that when it comes to the end of the year, they give him a test on whatever. He's not going to know anything about it because he hasn't even read the stuff. He just downloads it, prints it, turns it in. And I'm sure teachers know these things. Also, they talked about HI and AI, the human intelligence, along with the artificial intelligence and the importance of that. So what I did is I brought handouts for the board. I'll go ahead and pass them out. And like I said, this was really an interesting presentation because I learned a lot from it. So.
All right. Rock, paper, scissors. All right, trustee Bettencourt Castaneda.
I will be brief so that we will not be here till 10:30 like last time.
Can you lift the microphone, please, closer?
It's not gonna help. Well, I have a two-part to my presentation because I also had to go up a couple days early for delegate assembly. So I will just touch on a few items for my 2 days for delegate assembly prior to the AEC. We had our voting for our president and vice president, for president-elect vice president. And as you can see, Deborah Shade, she used to be our director for Region 17. So she was actually elected to president-elect, so she no longer is our director for our region. And Sabrina Rodriguez, she is now our vice president. And then director at large for Hispanic was elected as director at large Hispanic is Alma Castro. And there was a runoff with one of our region delegates for our region. For San Isidro, and unfortunately we didn't win that one. So Alma was elected for that position, and then Sylvia was elected for the Asian Pacific Island for director at large, and then they were elected for the regional directors for the even numbers. So I didn't list all of those since they didn't pertain to our area. I was going to say something about that. And to go back, so next go around, we'll list our region director. We had to appoint for our region because Deborah had to step in as president. I serve on the candidate review committee. I'm chairing that role for this go around. I was just as a member, now I'm in chair for that position. Here are the new members, and we represent all of the state of California, so it's pretty much covering all their whole state, and it's pretty much spread around the whole state. One of our assignment, every meeting we have an assignment, we have homework, and I have to sit with Dr. Brady to have answers that questions I have to bring back to sit with our pillar meetings. These are the questions that we had to answer, but as members of the delegate assembly break out into groups based on our policy pillar assignments to share out as our LEA challenges that can be addressed by state legislators. The information we use that's used, and they shape the CSB's legislative agenda for the next 2 years. And every time we meet, we go back and we basically revamp all those answers, and then they go back and meet with the legislators and to get back the information as it pertains to our LEAs. And these are the questions that we have to answer. And there's a lot of information that we basically iron out between our different districts, because it's what our districts have as a priority is not the same as the other priorities. I can give you some examples of it as far as some of the answers that we received, but we break out into breakout sessions, and one of the examples is a significant, for number one, is a significant challenge is in ensuring achievement for all at the state level in California is a persistent inequity in funding. And we can go on and on, but that's for our district per se, but in a different district, that's not the same. So what we do is we gather all that information and they build a database, and then I can share that out to us as a district, and then I can provide that to us as for our district for you guys individually. For question number 2, one of the examples was at the local level, achieving equitable outcomes for all students requires a multifaceted, data-driven approach tailored to the needs of the community. And again, that's something that is based on our district needs. Some districts have the same needs as ours, but we're a small district, we're a different unique district, and it's not always the same as a high school district, or an elementary school district, as a high school district, or a large district, or a rural versus, and so on and so forth. And we give guidelines for legislators to give for ideas. So they go to the legislators, so that way we don't have to do that all the time independently. We have legislative week, but they have a unique group that goes to the legislators on our behalf constantly. We pay services for that, so that way we can constantly have that rapport and that voice on a constant basis. One of the presenters we had previously, I know I've been bringing this back about AI and so on, but there was a task force created. And so this is an update that they brought back to us, is the task force. And the goal that they developed was resources and recommendations for the membership that addresses challenges and opportunities posed by AI. And the deliverables that they brought to us, or the update, was they created a web page with a QR code that we are able to access, and the task force webinar that we can have, that we would be able to get information, and also the task force subcommittees. And this is for a 2-year information, and then they will continue to update us. And so they have about 28 members in this task force, and they are from different levels of committee members. And I just gave you part of my meeting because I don't want to be up here all night, so I can give you more if you want me to later on, but just wanted to give you a little piece of the meeting, because it's a 2-day meeting, just to remind you. Now I'm gonna go into AEC. I'm gonna break it down by day because it's a 3-day, 2.5 to a 2-a-day and then some. But it's a 3 session per day. So I'm gonna try to be fast so that I know we have members in the audience and I don't wanna bore you guys. And I'm gonna just read you guys the titles and kind of just skim over it. So the morning session I attended was the current legal issues facing governing boards. And then the afternoon session is improving learning attendance and community connections. And then the afternoon session was the student mental health and wellness multiple path one destination. And the morning session, one of it stemmed around AI as well. And I know that's something, this is what we keep talking about, AI. And there is new legislation regarding AI. I know some of us don't really use AI, and some of us don't realize we use AI. And Mrs. Avalos and I were in a session, and the presenter said, "How many here have used AI?" And we didn't raise our hand. And the presenter said, "Liars." And I was quite offended by that, and I was insulted. And Barbara and I'm sorry, Ms. Avalos and I looked at each other like, well, that was really awful because to be called a liar in front of everybody. But we don't realize how much we use AI, from the maps and this and that. But it's like we have to kind of embrace it, and we have to learn how to use it or know that we're using it on a constant basis. So knowing that there's a lot of laws that are being created and also in the school system. And so the new California laws regarding AI intelligence, and it's stated on like AB 2876 and SB 1288. And I don't want to really read it all into detail, but there's a lot of legislation that is pertaining even for school districts. So we have to kind of familiarize ourselves with that. And then improving learning attendance and community connections. That this session, it relates to the chronic absenteeism and then increasing the TK enrollment and declining enrollment. We're not unique to declining enrollment. This is something that it's not national. It's across the state. This is something that we need to figure out how we can increase enrollment. We're not the only one in the state that has this problem. It's not just here. So by increasing TK enrollment, that's going to help. This is something that they address. Like that's how we're going to be able to, but addressing how we can figure out how to make our district an enticing place to be. Well, we heard it from the kids making those at Smart and Final advertising and so on. So this is something that we can include. Mental health. That is something that is everywhere you go. That is something we talk about. I was at my delegate assembly meeting, and oftentimes you don't think that elementary school mental health is the big deal. You think that the high school, middle school is more. And at the delegate assembly meeting on Monday, it was quite shocking to me when I heard that 7th grade has the highest rate of what was the exact word? Of suicide rate, of the tendency of committing suicide. And so that means elementary school needs to have more attention on mental health. So we have to have a lot more focus on mental health. And so, not that this is the first we're hearing about it, right? But anytime I attend my sessions, mental health is a priority of my sessions. I always make sure that's something that I constantly have my mind attending is that's having to ensure that that's one of my focuses is the mental health, because we need to make sure our children are it's not just what we're teaching them, the fundamentals of math and all that, because their mind is very important. So And as I go along, all of the attachments, all of the backup is something that us as board members have access to, because we have apps that we can all download, with the exception of this one did not have any attachments, but we can, you guys can read them on. Exploring mental health, going back to the mental health, Anxiety Nation, and an award-winning documentary. This was something that one of our delegates, now she's our president of CSBA, definitely encouraged us to attend. It was a movie or a documentary of a student here in San Diego. Her mom had no idea that she was going through this until it was really out of control. And her mom didn't know how to help her. And it was really personal, because some of us don't know how to help our kids until sometimes it's too late. We don't know the questions to ask. We don't know how to address it. We don't know the warning signs. Because we don't know what we don't know. And sometimes we just don't know how to help our kids. And sometimes we just don't know. And so we really just need to understand, it's not that they're acting up. It's not that they're the bad kids. It's because sometimes they just don't know how to ask for help. And they're little. They can be big. Young or old. We just need to know. We just need to help our kids. And by attending this, it really opened my eyes to know that these kids, sometimes it was very tough to have this young girl be on stage and actually explaining how tough it was for her to live through this and not know what she was going through and not know how to ask for the help. And this book, I actually bought it and have my son reading it. And it's a really eye-opening book. And I encourage you to read the book, because it's important for everybody to know. You know somebody, you can be in that, you're in this situation, you can help somebody. But, sorry. The next increase, this is my day 2. Increasing attendance and student connectedness. High levels of chronic absentee erode positive learning conditions. The key to improving attendance, understanding and addressing why students miss so much school. We have a lot of educators sitting here in the audience. As you guys know, when one student is out, we have educators on it. It's not just that student that's affected. You affect, when one student is out, you affect, it could be the whole class. You have to, if they're working in groups, you have to stop what you're doing, because you have to catch up the group, you have to catch up the student. I mean, it's a lot of factors, it's a whole ripple effect. And you can see my slide, it says it there. So it's not just that student that's affected, it's a lot of factors that go into play. So that was what that session was kind of mostly about. And so it's a lot of layers that is affecting not just that one student. It's a lot of components. The future is here, why AI matters for education and what the board needs to know. Again, AI, we can't ignore it as much as we want to, as much as we want to say we're not going to use it, we're not going to embrace it. We just have to accept it. and then the value proposition of AI has operational efficiency, enhanced decision-making, and improving learning teaching experiences. Some educators have embraced it in their teaching, and they have, there was a different slide in this presentation. I couldn't fit a lot of slides in it. I would be here to have a lot of graphics, but it was how they integrated their teaching and their learning of it. And it basically kind of it basically crossed all their learning and their teaching all together. And it basically where you can incorporate it all together. And it's not always where it's it's not cheating. It's basically where you can help them understand where you can use the same resources, but know that where cheating, where it's not crossing the line. It was interesting because I always thought it's cheating. Because it's not your stuff. It's not where you're not learning if you're using AI. Because I was kind of where Ms. Avalos and I were like, yeah, that's it's not yours. It's not your work. You can't use it. And we were kind of against that, and it kind of made us open our eyes. At least me. I don't know if she's still on that no AI, you know. But for me, it's like, okay, now I'm kind of understanding a little bit more, where I'm able to say, okay, how can we incorporate it in a more positive way, and where we have to embrace it, but it's where it's safe, where it's going to be accepted, and the students are not going to be penalized for using it in a positive way, and not where it's not just doing your homework and you're not learning. So they are just showing positive ways to use it in the classroom. That's what this one's for. And we also have to put it in as a board policy. They were using it, they were trying to tell us that you have some sort of board policy in there. But I'm not sure if we might have to, since we're still elementary school. And then this was only a one session for this day, because every day had our general sessions, and this was a general session day and only one regular session. But since we all had an opportunity to attend general session, I figured that I didn't need to present on general session. So, safe and sound school security on campus and online. I wanted to just highlight these ones. I know Mrs. Avalos did present on this session during her presentation. So I didn't want to duplicate hers, but these ones were different ones that she didn't present on. These are new laws and requirements for safety. And then on this, presentation, there was new laws and requirements for safety, the roles of technology and school safety, and recommendations for updates in school safety plans. That's what this session was related to. But I wanted to touch on the school safety plans and AB 2887, the medical emergencies. This is something that is going to be required effective July 1st, 2025. And this is as it relates to the cardiac, the defibrillators that is going to be put into law. We are already ahead of the game. So this is not something that we need to now scrounge for. As of July 1st, 2025, we're already done. So we don't have to worry about that. And not only that, we've been awarded as the first elementary school district in the nation for having been recognized, for having had done that. And so therefore, we're done. And we will continue to be updated that either annually or every, right? So we're good, and we don't have to even, have to worry about that from now going forward. So thank you, Dr. Brady, for ensuring that we are good, but I think you had, did you anticipate that, or are you kind of like, yeah. So anyway, so that's one, and then the cell phone policy, I don't know how I mean, I don't know what each classroom does, but I know that probably high schools and middle schools are gonna have more of a issue with that, but that's gonna be coming down effective January 1st, 2026. I know that the presenter for the mental health oops, okay. I missed it. How do I get back? Oh, never mind. The student for the mental health presentation, she's like, I don't think it's gonna work. But we have elementary school students, so I think that our teachers have control in their classrooms, so I think you guys got this. But that's something that is gonna be on AB 3216, that's something that is gonna be required soon. And then the social media addiction, the SB 976, and then the threats on social media on the AB 2481. Those are something that the online student safety, I know that has been something that we have been paying attention to. So I'm glad that we're seeing something come across, because I know our students need something that are keeping an eye on their safety, because it's not just their physical safety, but it's also something on the social media component, because of there's just so much out there. I know I didn't grow up on social media, and I still don't use social media for the reason that there's just too much out there and it's not safe. And then, but to know that our kids hopefully will be protected. Now having something, I know that it's not 100% safety, but at least it's something out there. So we'll have to make sure we have things put into place for that. And with that being said, I was trying to be short, but I know there was a lot of information that I tried to minimize. It was a lot of days, a lot of data that we were provided. So with that being said, thank you for your attention, and I hope that I didn't shortchange you guys. But like I said in the beginning, all this information, we have an app. We can always download it. If you have any questions, I can help you guys navigate into that. I did download the information as well, but I can forward you if you guys are not able to access your apps. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Lopez.
Okay. All right, so thank you again for your time. Well, I mean, you have to be here, but this is my report on the conference from December. I'll try to keep it brief, but I do like to talk, so. So I did attend the Wednesday orientation for new trustees. We talked about the first 180 days. We have a timeline on just things that we would anticipate would happen within the first 180 days. And then we were seated in tables with other new trustees and other superintendents. And we talked about the 4 pillars, what is our unity of purpose, why we decided to run or be in this position, or working in the district. We talked about understanding what the roles are as a trustee and our responsibilities, norms and positive governance culture as well. And then also the supporting structures, who actually is in the district office, who's at the school site, who to reach out to, who's our contact. So we reviewed that as a table. And then we looked at the board bylaws, specifically the 9000s that CSBA has done a great job of kind of outlining some policies and as districts, and we can adopt them or modify based on what we see is needed for our district. So we went over the bylaws, where to find them, what they look like. And then we went into the best part scenario activities. So each table, each section had a scenario where as a table, we talked about our scenario. So ours was approval of a new curriculum with parent concerns that we've probably seen across the country or the state. So in our scenario, we talked about this new curriculum that was coming to board approval, and parents are concerned on, some of the things that are in the curriculum and how to approach that. And we just talked about, getting teacher feedback, seeing how we can compromise on maybe on some assignments, or what does that look like, looking at other alternatives. So it was interesting to talk about that being new, because that might be something that we might face sooner than or later. And then we went over parliamentary procedures, so Robert's rules in a nutshell. And that was basically our day. And we were then invited to participate in the Masters of Governance, where I am enrolled in, where we are really diving deep into other things that we learned that day. And then one of the workshops that really stood out to me was on leading the way with creativity, arts education, and Prop 28. If you don't already know, I do the ballet folklorico, I do sing, and I'm learning how to play the piano. So arts is really dear to my heart, and having access to it for our kids. So we talked about what that funding looks like through K-12, and how that's available for up to 3 fiscal years, and how it could be split up between 80% staffing and 20% facilities, if in building or materials, or even transportation was one of the suggestions that the panel gave. But it was very interesting to hear that some districts are struggling to find instructors or teachers to do now arts because of the push that we've seen before. So now they are wondering, can we actually contract out and have like artists come and teach? Are they able to do that because they're not credentialed? What does that look like? And we do contract them out. Are they staff or are they facilities? So these were more of the concerns that I heard from other trustees and educators in the conference or in the workshop. That was very interesting to hear. And then I just added this quote that the true purpose of arts education is really to ignite that creativity that then translate into whatever else that you are doing outside of that field. Not everyone is going to pursue being an artist or dancer, and if they do, that's amazing, but that's also an outlet for our students to really be themselves and then translate into math or writing or anything else that they see fit. The next one that I really liked was investing in our talent, making every hire count in a people-heavy budget. So we know that most of our budget goes to the people that eat, and we love them for that. So this was a presentation by the Redondo Unified School District, where we had the actual superintendent, the past superintendent, and another board member as well. And I really liked how they each talked about how they were part of the hiring process. So not only was HR doing the screening, but the superintendent at the end got to also interview that person and see, do they fit into the values that we are upholding in our school district? And they also had the final say, like, yes, you're more than welcome, or actually, you're not the hire that we need for the school or whatever you're going to go. And I really like that they set that expectation for the district, because it shows that not just anyone gets to be with our students, they actually have a standard for what all the staff should be doing. And everyone knows that from looking at the application all the way to the top, they know that what they're looking for in a teacher and their staffing. So I really like this workshop, because it showed that the superintendent with the HR, with their departments, with the principals, with staff and the school site really thought about who do we want in front of our kids every day, or for 5 days. Okay, so what I learned overall, this was one of the ending general sessions that we had on Saturday, Kaizen, and it was just like in philosophy of continuous improvement, becoming 1% better every day. So what I really wanted to share was that what I learned that day or that weekend was that we need to change dynamics of the board. As a new trustee coming into the board, I was very excited to attend this workshop, and being told that I couldn't go or that I had to pay out of pocket was very disheartening to hear. Being told that an outgoing trustee was still asked to go, or still asked if they wanted to go, and still saying yes to going was very disheartening to hear. And knowing that there was an opportunity for an orientation for new trustees, that was also available. And then later being told that my approval for travel might not be approved by the current board was a risk I really couldn't take in accepting hotel. So having to drive every day for the days I was able to go was also very disheartening and tolling on my body. And then hearing a couple weeks later that from the dais, board members shared concerns of my attendance and demanding a report specifically on myself was also very disheartening to hear, given that I hadn't been sworn in yet and I was again still new. So my hope for sharing is that when we have new board members come in, that we welcome them, that we explain the process, and that we make avenue open for them. I know the conference this year is in Sacramento. I'm not sure if I see the value in this conference, and I'm not sure if, given the cuts, that we should allow the entire cabinet to attend, given there isn't a lot of new information that we can really access on the CSBA website. So I think overall it was good to go and meet you all and get some sense of what my duties are as a board member, but I think there are probably good opportunities for me to really gain my understanding of what it means to be a board member for the school district. Thank you.
All right, item 9. Oh. Yes, item 9B. To cast the vote for 2025 California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly election. So the California School Boards Association does have a delegate assembly, and member school boards are eligible to nominate and elect CSBA delegate assembly representatives. Currently, Region 17 has 23 delegates, 17 elected and 6 appointed. And our board submits one ballot regarding those empty positions. This year, the board may vote for up to 6 candidates. Any biographical sketch information has been forwarded to us previously. And so we need to open up discussions for this. There are multiple ways that we can do this. So we have incumbents. If we want to discuss incumbents that we'd like to keep, or we can
I make a
look at the whole thing. So
to nominate Jane Lee Smith, Alba Lopez Cepeda, Zenaida Rosario, Barbara Ryan, Cipriano Vargas, and Bob Weller.
Okay, let me confirm. Jane Leah Smith, Elba Lopez Cepeda, Zenaida Rosario, Barbara Ryan, Cipriano Vargas, and Bob Weller.
You looking to nominate somebody?
Well, if a motion is on the floor, that motion is either seconded and voted on, or has to be amended by the person who is putting the motion forward.
Well, since I'm on the ballot, I'd like to nominate myself, Barbara Avalos, for the delegates.
At this moment, we need to have either a second on trustee Betancourt Castañeda's motion. Do I have a second?
Can you repeat which nominated?
Sure. Jane Lee Smith, Elba Lopez Cepeda, Zenaida Rosario, Barbara Ryan, Cipriano Vargas, Bob Weller.
That covers all of the territory, and because we're a small district, that doesn't duplicate us having two, because it was spoken that we don't, any small districts, they don't want us to have two delegates for a small district.
Okay. I'd like to amend the motion and replace Barbara Avalos instead of Zenaida Rosario.
Okay. I will ask for, as a delegate, would you restate what you just said? Because I would like to know how solid that is.
We have been speaking at delegate assembly, and it has been spoken before I was even a delegate, that when you have a small district, they do not want to have more than one delegate in a small district, because they want to have more representation in the bigger districts. And they ask that we not have duplicate delegates in a smaller district. And Zenaida, San Isidro doesn't have a representation at this moment.
If I put it in my application and that was the case, would I have gotten notice from them and say, I'm sorry, we have somebody else representing you in the school, so I cannot accept your application? I didn't get that kind of notice.
Madam Order, there's a motion on the table.
I know. Thank you. So we do have the motion on the table with a potential amendment. But I have not had a second, so I'm clarifying whether or not I have a second.
I'll second that.
Now, there's been a request for an amendment. Are you willing to accept the amendment as the maker of the motion?
No, San Isidro doesn't have representation, and we would like to have more representation. San Isidro needs representation.
Trustee Lopez.
Clarifying question. So trustee Castañeda, you're the representation for national, is that correct? Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
And San Isidro does no longer have representation, so if we don't have Zenaida as a representation, then they wouldn't have representation.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have further discussions? All right. I have a motion from trustee Bettencourt Castaneda with a second by trustee Sarmiento to cast a vote covering the 6 candidate positions: Jane Lee Smith, Elva Lopez Avila, Zenaida Rosario, Barbara Ryan, Cipriano Vargas, and Bob Weller. Please vote.
Can I just also make a comment? I just had delegate assembly meeting and I brought this forward to one of our and we had a discussion and that was a recommendation from the delegates too, so just wanted to make a comment.
Okay. Trustee Sarmiento.
Yes, I didn't second the motion that Ms. Bettencourt Castaneda proposed. I seconded the motion that Ms. Lopez proposed.
Okay, and that was an amendment, which is why there's lack of clarity.
This isn't how we've done it before. This is confusing.
Well, but the problem is the motion was made, and so we had a motion on the floor. So the amendment was offered, and then you seconded. So you're
Can I withdraw my
clarifying.
second?
You're clarifying that that was not what you intended to second.
That's correct.
Okay. So we are back to the motion on the floor. I'm going to go ahead and second the motion.
We actually have done it before the slate, just to clarify. So we have done it this way before, just for clarification. We've done it as a slate.
We have a motion from trustee Bettencourt Castaneda with a second by trustee Gates for Jane Lee Smith, Elva Lopez Avila, Zenaida Rosario, Barbara Ryan, Cipriano Vargas, and Bob Weller. Please vote.
Trustee Adams, your vote? Can I pass a 3 yes, 2?
Excuse me, I wanted to put no. I'm no.
It's voted, you can't take it back.
Why not?
You voted.
I made a mistake. I voted no. I pressed the wrong button.
The vote
That's all.
was casted.
I'm changing my mind. I put no. That's it.
I must confess, I don't know what to do with that, so, pardon? If she made a mistake, then the vote is revote. Please clarify again.
Diana Phelps?
All right, so we are still looking for 6
I'm
candidates,
sorry, but I don't think that that's,
or up to 6 candidates.
how can we take our vote back?
Easy. No, not actually easy.
I don't think that that was a correct vote.
Well, like I said before, I sent in all my applications. I answered all the questions. They know who was on the delegate. And if I was not eligible to run, I think that they would have sent me a notification saying, you know what, Mrs. Avalos, you already have, I think your term is up in 2025, I believe. And they didn't send me any kind of a notice. As a matter of fact, they sent me that I had been nominated to be on the thing.
That is not what the vote was about. The vote was about the 6.
I understand that.
But my problem is that if we're paying attention to what we're doing here on the dais, then when you vote, your vote is what stands. So I think that we need to go back to what we voted on, and if that is what we need to stick to.
Well, Mrs. Sarmiento just made an announcement saying that she did the wrong thing and that she was changing it. She wasn't, but that was okay.
The vote had not been called, and so I'm going to suggest, since we are, just a moment.
I make a motion that we reconsider.
Second.
Okay. We need to make a motion to reconsider the previous vote. Trustee Sarmiento, do you have a comment?
I just wanted to say that the people whoever we do end up selecting, they're just gonna go into the large pool countywide. So whoever we vote for isn't necessarily gonna be who gets it, right? That's my understanding. Okay.
I just want to make sure that when we're up here, that we're paying attention to what we're doing. So if,
I think that, I remember in the past, each one of us would say who we wanted to vote for. We didn't have one person, like Mrs. Maria Bencourt here, saying, oh, this is who we have to vote for. We decide who we should vote for, not because she says, vote for these people.
However, because
But
it
we should
was,
each vote for whoever we want to vote for.
because it was a motion, it had to be addressed as such.
we've done it both ways, we've done it by slate, and we've done it by one, which we've done it 1 by 1, and it gets very convoluted because she has to keep track. And it has been done that way when we've done it by slate. It's just another process. I don't know if you remember that, we've done it both ways. So it's just a matter of process, it doesn't change it. It's not because I said it, it's not because anybody said it, it's just a matter of process. So it's just a matter of which way we've done it this time versus the last time. But again, it's just a slate or an individual process.
Well, I think that every board member should be able to pick who they want to vote for, not because you're telling us
And
who
you
to
can,
vote
and that's just a matter of process. It's not because of what I said, it's just process.
I have a motion to reconsider by trustee Avalos and a second by trustee Lopez. Please vote.
We're voting to reconsider. Is that
We are
correct?
voting to reconsider.
To reconsider, 3 yes, 2 no.
Okay. So we are back to, there are multiple ways that this can be done. We can take a slate. We can decide that we would like the incumbents and ask for more. We can each volunteer people. We can go through the list and and vote and see who gets the most votes. There are multiple ways that we can do this. And write-ins are allowed at this point as well, and hearings. So,
I like the 1 by 1.
okay, then, just a moment, sorry. Then how about we give everybody a moment to take a look at your slate, and we will read 6 names out loud and see what we come up with as far as votes go. Is that acceptable? Prior to that, is there anyone who would like to speak to a particular individual? I would like to speak to Elba Lopez Cepeda as a retired educator who has served the South Bay for, I believe, over 30 years, and is currently serving for Sweetwater High School, to whom we send our kids.
Barbara Ryan, Soprano, who also currently serve and have done an amazing job as current delegates, and also Cynthia. She's definitely a strong board member for Lansing Road. All the ones that I already previously. Can't hear you.
Previously had already mentioned, would be strong delegates for Region 17. So, but Barbara Ryan, she's definitely a veteran, so we would be doing a disservice to our region if we didn't re-elect her for delegate.
Please take a moment, look at your 6 that you would like. We can read them by number if that makes that easier, and we'll start it. You don't have to vote for 6.
By number?
I'm just saying, yes, if you tell me 1, 4, 7, 8, 9, rather than like just for a little bit of shortening for that, that's all is what I mean. We can do by names, that's fine, no worries. Okay. So, just,
I'll give it.
all right, thank you, Trustee Lopez.
1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. Trustee Sarmiento?
Thinking.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going with 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8.
Trustee Bettencourt Castaneda?
2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Trustee Avalos?
1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8.
And for myself, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. That leaves us with Elba Lopez Cepeda with 5, Zenaida Rosario with 5, Barbara Ryan with 5, Cipriano Vargas with 5, Barbara Avalos with 3, Jane Lee Smith with 3, Rena Morocco with 2, and Bob Weller with 2, and Susan Martin with 0. So, We have 6 if we want to go with and I'll read them again in a second. We have 6 if we want to go with the quorum, the highest numbers. So again, those are just in order of reading. Barbara Avalos, Jane Lee Smith, Elva Lopez Zepeda, Zenaida Rosario, Barbara Ryan, and Cipriano Vargas. That would be that list. Do I have a motion to put these candidates forward for delegate assembly?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, I have a motion, and I'm gonna read the names again just for clarity. For Barbara Avalos, Jane Lee Smith, Elba Lopez Zepeda, Zenaida Rosario, Barbara Ryan, and Cipriano Vargas. Motion made by trustee Lopez, second by trustee Sarmiento. Please vote.
That passes unanimously.
Okay. Item 9C, to adopt resolution 24-25.23, initiating transition to a by-trustee area election system commencing with the 2026 governing board election. Trustee Sarmiento?
Yeah, I was interested in seeing about having this table because I wasn't part of the discussion and this is too important for me personally, and not to have my opinion considered. And I understand it was discussed several months ago. No, last month. January. Seems like several months. So is there a possibility of tabling that item so that I can have my questions answered?
Unfortunately, I don't believe so, because this is not a personnel matter. It is not a business purchase. It is not any of the things, that is not a student matter. It's not any of the things that fall under closed session.
You haven't asked the attorney about it?
I was not able to speak to him today. I had a staff meeting back to back.
Maybe we should speak to the attorney and find out.
Well, I can go ahead and vote on it today, that's fine.
That was what was stated in our meeting. So can you please?
Yeah, so the only thing that was, we can't talk about closed session, but the only thing allowable is an anticipated litigation discussion, but anything to do with trustee areas has to be done in open session, and all voting on whether to move in this direction or not has to be done in open session. So it was brought forward by one of the board members for consideration in open session and discussion. But if you have questions about the process, I think trustee Gates can answer those questions before the vote.
I do.
We'll see what we can do. Trustee Lopez?
Thank you. If it's passed today, what is the next step for moving forward with the resolution?
We need to begin with, from what I understand, what the attorney said to us, we need to begin with notification process. So notification to the community is our first next step. And so that has to be done in a certain amount of time, certain number of days. And after that, we look at getting a demographer, we look at working on trustee or on mapping. We have multiple mandated community meetings. It has to be made public here and put out to the community. So there's a process in place from what the attorney has told us, but it starts with notifying the community.
And why is this being brought forward at this time?
I brought it forward because we are still having some of our sister communities close by sued over this, for one thing. And it is not a position that I want National to find ourselves in. The trustee areas, our city council already faced this. And so knowing that there are only a few districts left that have not moved to this concerns me greatly. I did not feel I did not feel that it was wise for us to sit back and wait for it to happen to us. And that's honestly the reason why.
And under what grounds are they being sued?
Because they had not yet moved to trustee areas. Just the law. The law is in
So
place.
you're saying that the law says we have to move to trustee areas? Because when we had the discussion several years ago,
It was the law.
well, my understanding and the attorney did. Just we didn't go with it at that time because we hadn't received any input.
Well, and from what, like, it's the law. And so basically we can wait. Okay, I'm gonna relate it to PE. Back, 10 years ago, I think it was, somebody went fishing. And honestly, they took a look around, and from the way that this lawsuit was described to us, they went, we wonder if these schools and school districts are actually having PE the way they're supposed to. And they did a statewide lawsuit that resulted in me and a whole bunch of us having to document our minutes, having to have our lesson plans include our minutes, have to sign every week about our minutes. And like, it was district after district after district. And it didn't matter that the person wasn't on the district who put the lawsuit forward. And it, in some ways, as a teacher, was debilitating. I mean, it was just constant. And it was a fishing expedition more than anything else. Now, is it good that we're doing PE with our kids? Of course. It's the right and good thing to do. But the accountability piece, and again, law. We're supposed to have a certain number of minutes every 10 days. That's the way it is. But to extrapolate, like my brain said, to extrapolate to this, I don't want to be waiting around for somebody to finally realize that we are one of a handful of districts that have not done this, because then we will be forced to do it, and we will be forced on their time frame. And I wanted to put it forward because of all of that.
Now, you're saying we would be forced to do it. Does that mean every single district who has not complied up until then will all be forced to do it? And if that's the case, what does that mean that you're forced to do it? What does that include?
A fee, a monetary fee.
There's financial penalty. And a more advanced timeline that we have to then work to meet rather than doing it on our own, at our own pace.
You know, also too, in reading this resolution, it seems to go back and forth, not just with the districts, like the city is doing, right? That's what we're proposing, but also numbered seats, is that correct? No. So just, it'll still be an at-large election? No.
No.
What,
There would be five established zones, and you're elected by the people within, your placement, your seat, you still represent everyone, but wherever your area is, you have to be living in to run for that spot. And the people in that particular area are the ones who vote for you. So if you are living over near Kimball and the people on the east side are not voting for that spot.
Right.
But
just like city council does it?
yes, exactly.
Gotcha.
Like the city council is doing that.
I have a question.
Yes, trustee Avalos.
Are all the districts in the South Bay, have they all done it, or we're the only ones that have not done it? We are the only ones.
Chula Vista has a different model.
Sorry, Chula Vista does have elections by seat, and they're one of 3 school districts in the state of California that are exempt. So it's Chula Vista, Sweetwater, and Santee. They're the and I'm not sure why they're exempt. I don't know the ruling. No, is that wrong? Oh, Sweetwater is by trustee area? Okay, there are 3, so I'm not sure the third one.
And what does exempt mean? They don't have to go?
They're under a different umbrella for their voting rights, so they run by seat, but not by area. And there's a loophole in the law that they somehow are in. I don't know what.
Because they have numbered seats, election numbered seats, but they don't have areas.
Correct.
So Sweetwater has numbered seats.
I think they have areas, is what they're saying.
Now I'm really confused. So if this were to pass, I saw on here somewhere that it would take place in 2026, which is next year. And what are the ramifications of that?
In what way? What do you mean?
You're supposed to know that. No, what does that mean? Okay, if we do it in 2026 and we go to districts, am I right? Okay. And does that mean that the people who are on the board now will stay, or is it the top vote getters that will stay as representatives to their district?
We would, so first, trustee Lopez and I would not be on that list because our term just started.
Right.
So, the second, it would depend on, how the mapping ended up. So, for instance, if all 3 of you ended up with your own spot and you all chose to run again, you would be running for that seat against whoever in your zone, in your area, chose to run as well. But that's also pending your areas not overlapping the ones that we are in.
So we're not gonna go with the same districts that the city council is, we're gonna make
Oh,
our own
but we
districts?
don't have,
Their areas developed.
that's based on what the demographers, the public hearing, the
Because
maps.
they don't recognize 15 acres, right? And we do.
So, yeah, there are things like that that are different, and boundary is a bit different than school zone. So, yes. So the city boundary is a little bit different than school zone. So that is also part of it. Now, it could be that, again, I don't know. So if trustee Avalos and trustee Castaneda are neighbors, and they both chose to run, then they're running against they could be running against each other if their area covers both of them. It depends on how that mapping would fall out, and we have no way of knowing that at this point.
You know, it says too that, the adoption of by-trustee area elections will not affect the terms of any sitting board members, each of whom will serve out his or her current term. So the example that you just gave, does that mean that both trustee Avalos and trustees Bettencourt Castaneda would still stay on the board?
For these 2 years, until that next election.
For these 2 years, meaning which years?
25, 26, until the next election, yes.
Well, that would begin in 2026. So we would start on the same year. We're the same cycle, the 3 of us.
And I think I understand maybe the question. So let's say there's an overlapping board member, but they're in different cycles. Everybody finishes out the next 2 till the next election. If you are in an area that somebody is a sitting board member that is not up, you have to wait 2 years to run against them. That's how I think that's your question, right? What if you overlap and you're not on the same cycle? What happens then if your area is not open? And I believe you have to wait till that area is open, and at the end of the process, there's a proposed timeline of which areas would be open under which election based on how the maps turn out.
But if you are in the same area, then it would be the one that got the most votes, right?
In the next election, correct, yeah.
except, again, not able to displace trustee Lopez or myself and whatever area we're located in, because we are elected for the next 4.
I got it. Very confusing. I wish I would have been there for the discussion, but unfortunately I was sick and
Well,
that's what I get for being sick, I guess.
well, and as you said, the thing that we're like closed session, we're allowed to discuss the potential for litigation. And that's how that's came up. Do we have any other discussion? Okay. And that's just on the potential for tabling. We have a motion to adopt by trustee Sarmiento, the second by trustee Lopez. Is that correct? No, sorry,
I didn't make a motion.
you did not. Those are my notes about who was speaking based on lights. I forgot. Do I have a motion to adopt? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? Okay. I have a motion to adopt resolution 24-25.23 by trustee Betancourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Lopez. Please vote.
The ayes have it 3 yes, 2 no.
All right. We are on item 9D, discussion on board priorities and protocols. As a follow-up to the board workshop and our last board meeting, we're continuing discussion. We are focusing on the priorities section. We thought so that we hopefully do not extend this to 10:30 again. Though if we need to, community members, we will be here.
Having read through this whole document, I'm prepared to make a motion to adopt. But we're not voting to
We
adopt.
aren't voting to adopt. We're just discussing and we're looking at priorities, holding off on the rest. So, the document, let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and we have added some information. So based on the notes taken at the last meeting, we've added some clarifying information. Some things have been reworded. I'm thinking to go bullet point by bullet point to see what we have so that we can hopefully move forward in a timely manner and stay together. All right? We said to add safety. So safe and supportive learning environments. Specifically, commit to the physical, emotional, and psychological safety of all students and staff. Any thoughts, discussion? All right. Number 2, and this is just, sorry, I shouldn't number because we haven't prioritized, and so that will be our last point of discussion. Student achievement. Prioritize the academic success of all students, including English learners, multilingual learners, and neurodiverse learners. Any thoughts? Dr. Brady?
Yes, there's been some discussion on staff, if the board would consider adding as measured by multiple measures or something to that effect, or is it a single measure?
My recommendation is multiple because we know that not every student, first we know not every student succeeds at standardized testing, and not to mention some of the discrimination that's built into it. So relying solely on our on one measure of standardized testing is insufficient, I think, to honor our kids.
I agree.
Trustee Lopez?
Yes, I would suggest we add English language learners, not just like English. Other. It's just Casper.
Any other thoughts? Okay. Next, innovative and expanded learning opportunities, specifically ensure opportunities that prepare students for college, careers, and lifelong success. Thoughts? Okay. Parent, family, caregiver, and community collaboration and engagement, specifically support meaningful partnerships with families in the broader community. One of my thoughts had been that possibly leaving it open. We've been trying to actually articulate things more clearly, but at the same time, I feel like this is an ebb and flow thing based on what's going on around us. And so I'm not sure that articulating this one too tightly is helpful to us. I don't know what you all think. Because that can look like workshops, it can look like visits and opportunities, it can look like a lot, and topics would range. Student emotional health and well-being, prioritize social emotional learning, mental health resources, and a positive school climate. Thoughts? Okay. Employee training and excellence. We had said that there might be some clarification that we're interested in there, and so endorse a highly skilled and diverse workforce and promote employee training opportunities for continued growth and excellence.
What was the clarification you did?
We, just that we had only had employee training and excellence, and so we wanted to add that something more specific as we.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I remember we also talked about retention. Was that part of the conversation last time?
It was.
I think I would also like to add something about work environment, not only training, but what does that working partnership look like for them?
So something relating to healthy, positive work environment, or how would you like that?
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. Other thoughts? Okay. This was the one that we said was not worded well and we needed to fix. So we are talking about class size and monitoring and controlling appropriate class size. And at this point, it states maintain current class size to support student engagement and enhance instructional support. What are our thoughts there?
The wording of low class size when feasible, I'm nervous about that just because there are certain constraints about how many students you're supposed to have per grade level. So if someone were to see this and say, what does that mean for feasible, and then want to go see what that looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we need to come up with a? I don't even know what to do with that because there's some, like there's ed code and there's workload and there's reasonable class management and there's a whole lot that goes into that.
I believe this one came up when we first did our priorities from trustee Avalos. And we were looking at budget cuts and budget reduction plans. And I think one of the thoughts, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, trustee Avalos, but I believe one of the thoughts behind that was when we're looking at cuts, to leave touching class size to one of the last cuts we do, not to look to that as an easy solution to balancing the budget or multi-year projections. So I'm not sure how to word it, but I believe that's where that came from at a time where we were doing budget reductions and we had some pretty hard decisions to make at that time. And if I'm not correct, trustee Avalos, please correct me.
So are we talking about class size stability? Are we talking about I have to say, we're always going to discuss lowering class size, always. And so setting it out as maintaining current class size almost feels like we're just, I don't know, throwing a stake in the ground and we're right here. And so I'm not sure that that's in our best interest.
Since we have some
Yes, please, go ahead.
since we have some other suggestions for some other edits, maybe thinking about that and emailing trustee Gates, President Gates, write down any suggestions and then you could revise it and bring, when you bring up the new revisions, a new wording on that bullet.
Okay.
Just a suggestion.
And that's kind of the gist of what we're trying to do when we're building the priority list. You know, that's kind of what
Correct.
we're envisioning.
Because there should not be increases in class size. And the hope would be, my hope would be, as much as we can honor reducing class size, knowing that, knowing it's not always possible, knowing that, and CTA knows the cost of that, and they also are the ones sitting in class with kids every day. So we need to word that in a respectful and honoring manner is part of my concern. That's also honest to what we can do. Does that all make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Other thoughts for that one? Okay. Fiscal solvency. Uphold responsible financial management to sustain high-quality educational programs, staff development, and essential student services. Okay. And, that is for me. Honor and celebrate culture. Value, respect, and celebrate the diverse cultural backgrounds and traditions of students, families, and staff. Thoughts?
I'm just thinking about the current threats to our DEI. Will this include that or?
Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely will. And I think stating it clearly is something that we need to do, but great, okay. Given that, do you have a priority? Like, do we have a priority list or do we want to return to that next time? Like, what should go first, what should go second? Because like student achievement being number 2 doesn't seem like it should be number 2 to me. It seems like it should be number 1, is what I'm saying. Oh, safety first, then student achievement, that's what your thoughts are? Or that's what the thoughts were? Safety first, okay. That's why that's up there? I was wondering, Okay,
I would like to see the, student emotional health and well-being higher up on the list.
okay. Student emotional health and well-being higher. Do you want that to, what do we think? Number 3, number 4, to move
Six
to,
and three.
so to move it after student achievement? Um, hmm. Kind of like employees at number 4. So it would be safety first, student achievement, student emotional health, employee training and excellence. Is that,
I would support that only if fiscal solvency came next.
it's a negotiation. Okay. Fiscal solvency. Is everybody okay with that?
Dr. Bird said he'd give me $1.
Let's do the negotiations. All right. Okay, so that would have safety first, student achievement, number 3, student emotional health, 4, employee training and excellence, number 5, fiscal solvency. And then our remaining ones are innovative and expanded learning opportunities, parent, family, caregiver, community collaboration and engagement, class size stability.
I concur.
Parents after. Okay, so that's number 6. All right, so now we're at innovative and expanded learning opportunities, class size stability, honoring and celebrating culture.
I think class size should be
7. Then innovative and honoring. Okay. That work for everyone? All right, so next time we will be taking a look at norms, just for a heads up. All right, number 10, educational services. Sorry, just a moment. Yeah. All right. It's 8:15. Would you like a break to go to the bathroom? We want to power through. Okay. All right, just checking. Item 10A, presentation of the local control accountability plan mid-year and California dashboard update. Dr. Kraft.
Good evening, Board President, trustees, and fellow cabinet members and Dr. Brady. It's my pleasure to provide you with this year's mid-year LCAP update, as well as the update on the 2024 California dashboard. What is the school dashboard? The school dashboard is part of the California accountability system, and it measures state indicators that the districts are required to meet these state indicators as part of the accountability system. And as you can see in the picture to the right, this is our current dashboard rating in 2024. National is an elementary school district, so there are several dashboard indicators that do not apply to us, such as graduation rate,
and college and career readiness. However, if you can see that we have chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, English learner progress, English language arts performance as measured by the state test, SBAC, and mathematics. We also have what are called local indicators, and during local indicators, districts have the ability to determine how we meet it and to demonstrate it in a narrative form and present it to the state for approval. And we have basic teachers' instructional materials and facilities, implementation of academic standards, parent and family engagement, local climate survey, and access to the broad course of study. These indicators are tied very closely and are required to be tied closely to our LCAP goals that I will be going through, and I'll be teasing out some of the connections for you around the dashboard. The real emphasis that is part of the dashboard is equity, ensuring that all students have access and the opportunity to be able to perform at grade level and access a broad course of study, breadth of learning, a much more comprehensive learning environment than perhaps in some of the times in the past that we've had. Okay. Oh, and also the accountability thing, I think that's really important, is that the dashboard measures change over time, and you'll see that in the next few slides. So oftentimes the LCAP is written on the previous year's dashboard performance, and we are required to address any of the areas that are of concern. So what is the LCAP and mid-year update? Legislation was passed last year that requires school districts to present to the governing board mid-year implementation and expenditures of the LCAP. There is no template for it, but you are required to provide updates on available metrics. Some metrics you'll see are NA, and because they haven't been quite completed. Also the implementation level of each of the actions and a mid-year expenditure of each of the actions. And there will be a budget overview for parents. What I will have at the end of this slide is to let everyone know, I will be printing what we have as a template for the mid-year update, and we will be posting it on the website for public reference. So I'll go through our goals and in relation to the metrics. The goal 1 focuses on English learners, and these are required metrics by the state, and one of the required metrics is the rate of reclassification. We have a goal, and if you look at the very right column, that is the desired outcome by the end of the 3-year plan. All LCAP plans are designed to be 3-year plan. We are in our first year of the 2024 through 2027 3-year plan. We are looking by the 26-27 school year of having a reclassification rate of 25%. Based on fall and winter, we are currently at about 8.3% reclassification. The other required metric as by the state is the English learner progress, and that comes from the dashboard. And what it measures is when our students take the LPAC, they are looking to make a year's growth. And so what we are hoping to increase is we are at 53.5%, meaning our English learners, 53.5% of them are making a year's growth as measured by the LPAC. And what we're looking for is to be about, I can't read my own writing, 60% in 26-27. You will see that there are CASP or SBAC related metrics from 1.3 to 1.6. These, again, are required by the state, and these metrics measure overall performance on the SBAC for the targeted group of English learners. And our goal is 2% increase for English learners each year. Right now, we are at 10.36% met in ELA, and we are trying to get to 19%. For English learners, and in math, we're at 11.27%, and we need to hit 19% by 26-27. We are also looking at dual identified students. Those are students who are identified as English learners and students with disability. And you'll see as I get further into the presentation that that is an area we need to focus on in national. And when those students are dual identified, we're looking for a performance rate of 41.4% at the end. And we are currently, at 92%. This is for participation. We want to decrease the number of those identified in level 1 by 5%. We want to close the red. You'll see that 1.7 is the number of English learners participating. Again, this is another required metric of bringing in our parents to participate in their child's education. And so we are hoping to have 167 parents participate in leadership or events at the schools or at the district. And to date, for winter, we have about 220 parents participating. So those are the metrics that that is required for us to measure our goals. These are the actions to make those goals materialize. And they really do focus on English language acquisition, professional development, and instructional coaching and support in the classroom, curricular supports and coordinated services to support the classroom, English learner parent engagement and empowerment. We're trying to build up our DLACs and our ELACs at each of the school. And you'll see that at 1.4, there is a red star. That star indicates that when the county looks at our performance on the dashboard as well as the SBAC, they will identify groups that are underperforming and that we need to target. In this case, and by schools. And in this case, they have identified that we need to reduce the number of students who are not developing English proficiency at grade level and as measured by the SBAC. And as you can see, going across, you'll see this in every category. There's a column that says contributing. That is required by the state. When we indicate that an action is contributing, that is meeting the requirement of what's called supplemental concentration dollars. Those dollars are designed to increase and improve service. We get LCFF funds, and those are base to do normal operations. Supplemental concentration funds are generated by our unduplicated students, and they are targeted to increase and improve services for them so that they may perform at grade level. So in 1.4, that red star indicates that the previous year's dashboard indicated that there was an issue in terms of performance. And this is the dashboard that indicated that was brought to our attention by the county and that we were required to put an action in. Olivewood is one of the identified school sites that is required, that we are having to put additional funds and support to increase English learner performance, and that is because on the California Schools dashboard, they were indicated as red. Lincoln Acres is another school that it was identified and brought to us by the county that was required to have additional funds attributed to them. So in the LCAP, we did put those funds there, and the sites were elected to increase their impact teacher pool so that there were greater pullouts. In 2023, the performance rates on SBAC for English learners, as you can see, are listed, and which landed them in the red category. And we are required this year to ensure that the funds that we're providing for the additional supports increase the academic performance of the students on the SBAC. And that will be something that I will be required to write about at the end of this session, this year of the LCAP. Goal 2 is our largest goal with the greatest amount of funding, and this goal really focuses on overall academic achievement. You can see there are several metrics, many of which are required by the state to meet LPAC passing or compliance. And so we look at our local measures, which are iReady, which is our benchmark or dipstick to see the effectiveness of how standards are being implemented. That is one of the state indicator criteria that we must provide information on, as well as performance on the state test SBAC. We also will be looking at CAST. This year, they're not looking at putting us on part of the dashboard, but it is coming with the metrics to ensure that our students are meeting grade level proficiency in science. And as you can see, 2.12 is our broad course of study. The state does require that students have a comprehensive program and that are not just limited to ELA and math, especially more vulnerable groups who have in the past been limited to that. They do require that we have a plan that provides an expansive, innovative programming for our students so that it's a much more well-rounded education. So our action plans in the goal 2 really look at expanded learning opportunities, and we've presented that to the board and have that, as you can see, partially implemented. It's a contributing factor to student achievement. We do have after-school learning. Besides the engagement and the high activities that we have, we also provide additional intervention to students during that time. It's partially implemented because we're still in action of doing it. And as you can see to the right, we've spent about half of the funds that we've allocated to serve that need already. We also are providing a guaranteed and viable Tier 1 curriculum. The curriculums that we have provided for our teachers, especially focused on the areas that there will be assessed on, English language arts and math, are aligned to the state standards and to the correct level of difficulty. We also are focusing on multi-tiered systems of support. We have students that will often come in without the same levels as perhaps other school districts in terms of academic background. And so we pour quite a bit of funds and support in building intervention programs, one during the day to ensure equity, that all students get it. And then we have additional programming in after school and before school learning. And we're trying to build that up so that students can have twice as much support in that. As you can see, there is yet another red star and 2.5, and this is geared towards our students with disability. We have 3 schools that just recently got out of ATSI. We still have one that is an ATSI, which is additional targeted support and intervention. And it's really targeting our students with disabilities in terms of performance. And that's going with an ongoing implementation. However, 2.2 was generated by performance of 3 schools on the dashboard. Again, the 2023 dashboard, not the 2024. 2024 will inform our next year. Lincoln Acres had red in English language arts and math with students with disabilities. Ira Harbison, the same. And Las Palmas, students with disability in English language arts and math. Ira Harbison, it was red only in English language arts. Those did require us to put an action specifically targeting those schools to increase those scores. This is the data from those scores, again, from 2023. In the black is the EL, as we do have a large population of dual identified students. And in the right of the percentages are the students with disabilities, and this indicates the rate of proficiency, the percentage of students who are meeting grade level expectations. We also had Las Palmas, I apologize, in this mix for the same component. What we are required to do with the allocation of fundings, although we're giving autonomy for the schools to implement how they need to, through their principal, through their leadership, however they want to. We are required to show improvement with these commitments and funds and monitoring it. The state has recently indicated that that each year you have to justify growth and no growth, and at the end of 3 years, if you do not make growth, you are to terminate that action and create something else, and the county will help you to develop a plan. So as I said, we have shifted our focus after our November 2024 board meeting. The focus was shifted to math, with the focus of all grades to increase SBAC. We decided on math versus dual ELA and math because it is to get those movements. It is quite a heavy lift. And so with math, it was easier because math is built on a coherence pattern across the grade levels, and it's something that we can focus on with the major standards and get hopefully some short-term results this year and then long-term results with the focus. So on these two charts, what you'll see is what's called a needs analysis and the percent of students who are below grade level in math standards. And if you see the two boxed on the left, you see the end of year 2024 math iReady. What we look at in this aspect is how do, after years of instruction, a year of instruction for the students, what percentage of the students are exiting that grade level with the major math standards under their belt? And the two domains that are most critical that lead to algebra, which I'll share why it's so important, are numbers and operation and algebraic thinking. And so this is collectively the school's performance in these two domains in math as they move through the grades. To the right, you'll see our current mid-year 2025 performance by schools in those two domains. And the percentage of students who are needing additional support in those two domains. And why we focus on all grades is the coherence pattern, and because math actually allows us an easier pathway to have some correlation and calibration and cohesion across the grade level. What the research has noted to us is that fraction and whole number division has a strong relationship to math achievement. The way the math standards are laid out is they are coherent, and if students can meet what we call competency, just met, at each of the grade levels, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, then in the major standards, then they're more likely to succeed. And the data, as we see from the secondary world, indicates that this is critical. Research has shown that about 81% of sixth grade students who are not meeting the math course, that the correct level of difficulty and performance for sixth grade have a fairly high percentage of not completing high school. The graph on the right is data that indicates that many students, as they enter the secondary world, they leave elementary and they go into the Sweetwater School District, will be placed in math courses more often than not based on state standardized tests. And it puts them, although it's not legal, it puts them on a kind of a math pathway, a coherence pathway. And many of them end up in vocational math. And as a result, it increases their chance of not completing high school. What the research does tell us is that early math knowledge increases the student's ability to meet the rigor of the new math standards. To the very right, so based off after our conversation on November with respect to increasing math scores, we started looking around at districts that were similar to us that have been successful in increasing their test scores. And so we did find that there is a district in the Los Angeles County area called Compton Unified School District, and they implemented a coherent system that we're hoping to be able to implement with our teams. And they also implemented a program called Next Gen Math, and a system in which the teachers taught the major standards for the math, and then as they went into the next major standard, the teachers used Next Gen to review and to build the competency of all students. And as you can see, Compton Unified is the blue marker on the bottom, and they have they've had a little bit of a dip in 2014, and that is when there was some state input on what they needed to be doing. And as a result, they started to increase, and they are now on par with California performance. And I want to just indicate that Compton has a 90% unduplicated count. So it's a very similar district to us. So moving on to goal 3.
Dr. Kraft, on that chart, that national is not us, correct?
Which
The green line?
No, national, United States. Yes, no, not national. Goal 3 of our LCAP focuses on family empowerment. And so, again, there are some metrics that come from state data that we must report with our LCAP, specifically responses on the California Healthy Schools Survey, CHICS. Is that what the nickname is? Is it correct? Okay. And they are looking at parents' sense of belonging and welcome in schools. The data, I would caution a bit because it is distributed to only a certain grade level. So we do have a biased sampling, if I must say. And so we do have, however, we have implemented a outside entity to get some more information on the community in terms of support, and to getting an understanding of what our parents and our community needs may be so that we can help our kids achieve. So a big focus in our with our community is to focus on our partnerships with our families and to help make sure that everyone understands what student achievement looks like today, if you're for your first or your second grader, but also the implications of when they go into the secondary world, and to be able to help them to develop advocacy and clarity around the systems that schooling is operated in, and to ensure that they can make the best choices for their children. We also want to focus on prenatal to 3rd grade, because what we do know is that when we intervene early, fortunately we have our TK, as Ms. Betancourt Castaneda shared, and we're hoping that we continue to get the funding for our preschool programs. Partial funding is federal, and that we can continue with the programming we have for our California Schools preschool programming, which is a grant from the state. So we want to get as many students as we can early on, and it's also a focus in that federal grant that we received in our community schools to reach out and to start reaching towards pre-national school kids, so that we can get them engaged and get their parents engaged ahead of time, and try as much as we can to provide the resources they need to be successful. We did get some preliminary data from the group that has been canvassing our staff, as well as our administrators and our community. And it's exciting to hear that the families are very interested and feel very capable of helping their students reach higher academic levels. And so we would like to we want to add to this plan community outreach and parental outreach to start talking about clear understanding of student performance on the SBAC, as well as what does grade level standards and achievement mean beyond national school district, and why it's important to build that coherence. On goal 4, focuses on social emotional learning, and it is critical that to have that in our schools. We do employ a counselor at every school using those supplemental concentration funds. Those are services above and beyond, additional services. Without that funding, that service would not be available unless we had other sources of funds. And but we do have a local indicator. We are required to have measurements by the state and report, and that is school climate. Under this goal, we also employ and bring on our school resource officers so that we can build early on positive understanding relationships of our civil servants. Thank you. And the service they provide to our community. This is where our PBIS information comes from. And then we also have to make sure that we are measuring our students and what they feel and believe in terms of their increased self-efficacy. So some of the goals that we have around here is to ensure that we have the right staff on the right seat, on the right bus, serving our kids. I'm proud to say that we have fully credentialed, even if they're interns, they have intern credentials, that is a credential, which I think is a testament to the work that HR is doing, and that we have MTSS social, emotional, behavioral metrics and support systems in place to ensure that our students who need support, even within the school, or resources outside the school, are available. Any questions?
Trustee Lopez.
Thank you, Dr. Croft, for putting this together. I have a question that I've been also pondering about.
Okay.
And just want to hear your professional opinion and just what you've seen in our school sites. Why do you think our students are not learning how to read, or what's keeping them back from, achieving their goals in literacy and math?
I think our teachers work extraordinarily hard, and I think that it is different in terms of the demographics you serve, and that's part of the reason the LCFF funding came into place. The dynamics in one district are very different than the dynamics and the needs in another district. So I believe that those are one of the factors that attributes to it. I also think that as I shared with math, we do provide a lot of autonomy for teachers to make decisions in their classroom. We provide them resources, and I think that maybe being a little more coherent in terms of not necessarily what you use, but what the end expectation is, the success criteria. So for example, we've had the math standards, we've invested a lot of time and money in training, and you can see it, but maybe a collective understanding of what must be competent. And I think those are big tasks. And what we see is in our upper grades is it's very challenging a lot for upgrade teachers, because if there is like holes or discrepancies in terms of the competency, again, you don't have to be a master, but you should have the competency underneath, then if you don't have it in first grade, then it does impact a major standard in second grade. When you don't have it in second grade, when you get to the third grade teacher, there's multiplication that's built backwards. And so maybe if we can collectively kind of target those two domains, we might see something different coming out. That resource that I shared, we know to be effective in a district that has similar demographics and similar challenges that their teachers do. So I think that's one of the factors that, that we have control over.
Trustee Ledford Castaneda.
Thank you. What, may have kind of touched on it, but what have you done differently to increase test scores since November?
So right now, we're kind of doing a short game and a long game, if I can say. So again, to make it easier for, and to get some, hopefully some immediate gains, we looked at our data and in numbers and operations and algebraic thinking. If the students can build those competencies in kinder and first, like I worked with kinder and first grade in this last district professional development day. And yes, there'll be a lot of small group kind of work, targeted vocabulary work. But if we could do that over time, that might solve the problem, in terms of 2 years from now when they hit third grade. The short game right now is our upper grade teachers, we've been using it, are using quite heavily Next Gen Math to reteach what had already been, what the major standards were taught mostly in, with our pacing guide, mostly in fall through about January. Of course, there's some variation, but they're taking some time out during their day, about 15 to 20 minutes to really review those previous learning in preparation for the SBAC score. Of course, I built into the LCAP collaboration. We've had, we offer subs and we offer collaboration for teachers to have planning. They can choose to just work with their grade level or they can go to PD. I've allocated in the LCAP 3.5 days for each grade level to have that release time to work with their colleagues. We do have the data discussions 3 times a week, and we do provide time for the teachers to have data input because it is a lot of this direction in terms of instruction is data driven, and to see where the kids are and where we can take them next. We have implemented an intervention system, and we're working with our partners, our teacher partners, like our LASs are targeting our upper grade students so that we don't slip in the SBAC scores. And besides that, there's the urgency that they're going, as you saw some of the data, they're going to be going on to Sweetwater. So we are working with them. We're looking at a deep case study and really monitoring the data around the use of Achieve 3000, which has proven to be effective with students that are at promise. And we also have math interventions going on during the day. And then we've really expanded our after-school learning after-school learning program. And recently the board approved the tutors. We needed to spend the ELOP money or return it. And it's called Hey Tutor. And they're going to work on foundational skills. That's kind of the long game. With our primary students, and we're trying to recruit as many. I think Mr. Sanchez, if he hasn't yet, will be sending out a request to our primary teachers saying who should we have come to the after-school program, even if it's just 90 minutes, and get that additional literacy work. And again, our counselors, we've also contracted with South Bay Community Services to address the chronic absenteeism. We have what they're called youth development coordinators, and they, in essence, they start to case manage students that have had habitual attendance issues. And then we've partnered with outside community-based organizations to provide wraparound services with our FRC for basic needs for families who may need additional support, but also mental and emotional health situations. So all of those factors, there's multifaceted that are within our control. We're trying to significantly impact. I see those as metrics also of the student's success. I mean, if a family is able to get through maybe a major impact area and the student is coming to school, I think that's a metric of success. However, we do know that, test scores and performance data is public, And so given, our direction to increase performance, those are the shifts that we've made.
Trustee Lopez?
Thank you. I just had another question. Have school sites seen these scores? And if not, how will they be presented to them?
Yes, they have. We did it in our own internal professional development, but they see them about every 3 weeks. Well, they meet with their principal, and the intent behind that is to go over your data, kind of see where the kids are by name, by need, as you heard, because we have variances, quite a bit of variance in the classroom. They have access to these scores on their own computer. Everyone has access. They have access to a program we have called Panorama, which kind of tries to put all of the data, and I'm happy to share that with the board, in a one-stop shop. It's, for the teachers, as well as kind of democratize it, because if a student is in intervention, they need to be able to see the intervention the teacher's doing. They can do, an RSP teacher may need to see situations, because it really does take a whole village. It's not just the classroom teacher. However, we do know that the 3rd through 6th grade teachers, it's their name on those scores, so we want to be able to support them also. And I think we're trying to do a collective effort right now.
Okay. So your number one was looking at a large part at our English language learners. Our newcomer ratio. We understand that our newcomers are covering the most ground when it comes to learning English and having to function in our classrooms. So when we're talking about that ratio, like what I'm wondering about how many newcomers, is that a number that's seems to be a number that's been increasing recently? And so I'm wondering what we're doing specifically to bolster and assist them, because one of the things I absolutely hate seeing is a student who comes in, absolutely competent student, or a struggling student, doesn't matter, but a student who then comes into classes and is just floundering. So what are we doing to enhance newcomers? And then I have my backup question on the other end, but go ahead.
Okay, so those that are here less than 12 months, they're indicated when you're taking the test scores. So I just want to make sure I understand. So how many of those are impacting the test scores? I don't believe I can get you the real numbers, but I don't believe it's sufficient enough to change the percentages significantly. In terms of the 2 schools that I showed you in goal 1 that were being served, the only requirement that I provided with them with those additional funds is that you do include newcomers in that and ensure that the students you're serving are the English learners that need to make those gains. In the big picture, I've been talking to Mr. Cossey and Ms. Benitez, and I've spoken to several teachers asking what can we do to help in terms of that, because the other program failed and it segregated our students. And so what can we do so that they can have a wider range of peers to be part of? And we do actually have software and devices out there that we are going to be looking at and trying to pilot with several teachers who have asked me for additional support. And what it'll do is it will kind of take off that double task, because as the teacher speaks, often like teachers will wear devices for hard of hearing students, but as the teacher is speaking, the student in the back will have, or the student who needs the language support will have the headphones, and it'll automatically translate the content to the student. And so I did ask Mr. Cossey, we've been on a deep look at this, because you are correct, there's a dual issue. You can come here and be a newcomer, but you can be very literate in your language, in your own education, but you're a 4th grader, so you can't access it. So we don't want to lose both the content and the language. Of course, we want to accelerate language acquisition as quickly as possible, but we also, every kid is different. And so it could take 3 years, it could take 7 years. And so in the meantime, what we're hoping to do is to provide them that additional support so they don't lose content. I just spoke to Mr. Cossey about it. We think we have about 4 or 5 we would like to try. I've had several teachers come up to me and said, please give me something. And I asked them, would you be interested in something like this? And they said yes. So that would be something that we're looking at. But in addition, it's humans, things that eat. And so those funds were designed for the children to get a double dose of language and literacy, because especially in our early grades, a lot of that is tied.
And so the opposite are students who are classified as long-term English language learners. What are we doing on that end to boost them to reclassification?
So when we did an analysis on our LPAC with we don't have very many LTELs, and part of it is because of the structure of our school system, our district. But they start emerging and becoming identified in the far upper grades. And so one of the things that we are committed to and that the research supports is to get the kids to reclassify prior to exiting our school district. And so we've provided a personalized pathway, and it's a guarantee that they pass or we don't pay, and I'm going to look at the data, with Summit Learning. The 2 areas that we switched from Lexia English because it simply wasn't rigorous enough to meet the expectations of the 3 through 5 section of LPAC. And Summit Literacy does provide the 2 areas that our kids were struggling the most in, which was writing and more complex reading. And so it brings it in essence, it gives the students the feel and the expectation of what they would have to do with LPAC. It is a smart software program in that you take a diagnostic and it gives a pathway for Michelle. And when you're going through that, obviously it's not just a plug and play. We need our teachers to monitor it, but it does help with that designated piece because we do have a lot of variance in the class, and that's very challenging for a teacher to give those designated. So they can focus on into and from the core in terms of their designated. They can focus on the vocabulary, the structure, whatever it is that they're teaching versus kind of the linguistic holes that may be existing. So those are, and that program is designed to pass the LPAC. And if the students are able to pass the LPAC, the opportunities they get in secondary broaden. And that broad course of study really has a huge impact when we're looking at secondary, when you're losing electives, when you're being placed in an ELA class that is kind of clustered to meet your needs, then it just perpetuates kind of the inability to reach that higher level, that higher expectation. And so having them reclassified, they go into the pool just like every other kid. And then they just get placed on the master schedule just like every other kid. Of course, those SBAC scores do play in, but of course the secondary does also has systems to kind of help catch kids up if we weren't able to do it.
So how are we going to do the dance? So I have 2 things we're dancing with. To give our teachers the opportunity to help kids understand and grow with their testing without exhausting them with the testing. Because like there is that exposure will help. How much are we just going to wear them out? They're like, that's one dance. I'm concerned about.
Wear out who? The kids or the teacher?
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then, well, because the thing is, like, we should not be turning our teachers into automatons that just regurgitate, because it's tied to my second dance, which is, how cognizant are we all of the standards being tested without falling into the pit of only teaching those standards because those are the ones being tested. Like like I said, it's a dance, and it's part of what, I will say it is part of what I despise about the way we test kids. So, like, it's not, I will happily go on record saying standardized testing is horrible, and I would actually love to never do it again.
Well,
So if I was allowed to put a motion forward that said, forget it all, don't do it again, I would do that, but we have to follow ed code. So where do we, like, how are we balancing test exhaustion and it being, and helping our kids with the practice? And how are we balancing, these are what the standards are, but don't just teach those 5 standards to eat, like there's the whole game, you know?
so, the benefit of Common Core is it's articulated and it's coherent, so it goes through each of the grade levels. It's cleaner in math, and when it's not like in the past where if you only teach to certain standards and it had no meaning or life to it. In fact, what has been put front and center, especially in math and by mathematicians, is this is essential math learning, period. It's not about testing, it's about math learning and opportunities post this. So in terms of making sure both kids and students students and teachers aren't exhausted, is that we try to find means by which we can help automate and leverage technology to alleviate. So instead of having to prep for 5 different levels in the classroom to meet that, monitor all of that, grade that all, come up with a plan and ensure that you're meeting it, we brought in NextGen. Again, teachers have full autonomy to do what they like. In terms of meeting that, we do have a pacing plan, and we've had it for years around both ELA and math and what should be taught based off your grade level standards. And I would say I think there is a misunderstanding of test prep. It does have a bad reputation, but the reality is that fortunately the SBAC, although no test is unbiased, actually has more of a thinking component versus I pick C. And I think there's a performance task written to it. And there also has a long-term impact for students. People that are in national don't get jobs. A lot of our positions require testing, and you need to know how to take a test. To get into college, you take testing. They're bringing back the SATs. So it is a life skill, whether we like it or not, it exists. We do know that economies are driven by it. In fact, I just talked to a realtor to find out, I saw a huge billboard up in North County and it said, please buy this $1 million home. And guess what? You get to go to the award-winning school district of Encinitas. And why is it award-winning? And what do they brag? What is it? And the realtor said those factors can't kick in. So there's that social part of it that I think, allows us to, that kind of puts a perception that giving kids competency in these essential standards is not a good thing. But the reality is, as I showed you with this, is that there is huge impact for those essential standards in terms of algebra. Algebra is a gatekeeper, and students deserve the opportunity to make the choice of whether they want to or not. Graduation rates, not having a high school graduation, a diploma is a major factor in economic growth and economic wealth. So I think in terms of serving, we put all those things in place. It's not just the classroom teacher. We have after-school learning. We have intervention happening during the day. We've got before-school learning. We're putting wraparound services with students that aren't present in school or all those things. But in addition, making sure we're all calibrated. So to go back to Trustee Lopez's question, what is it? I think part of it is just us being calibrated and continuing to work. On the 2023 dashboard, which I showed you, we've already made growth, but it is slow. It's slow and it takes time. But based off our presentations in November, we know we need to accelerate that outcome. And so that's why we made the shifts that we made.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Dr. Craig.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 9:07 and I am going to call for a back. Stand up 5 minutes. We'll aim for 9:12 and a half.
I'll be you no matter what. How's the grandbaby?
Doing good. Nine, yep. Good boy. Yeah, he's doing good for Nebraska. Spend a lot of time.
I hear.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's all the time. It's like,
Ready?
Hey, say you.
Alright.
You're going, you know.
Text me about an hour or two. So we can go for dinner.
Picture of you, Louise.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes our city council, for one of the more, it's been a while, but they. It's part of the process.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for bearing with us. Item 10B, we're going to return. So 10B, presentation and approval of comprehensive school safety plan for all schools and the district office for 2024-2025 school year. Dr. Kraft will begin with the presentation.
Thank you, Board President Gates. I would like to ask Dr. Vargas to go to the podium and present us with a brief presentation prior to the board's decision.
Good evening.
Be brief.
President Gates, trustees, Dr. Brady, executive cabinet. It's my honor to be able to share this year's updates to the comprehensive school safety plan. I'm also very honored to be joined with our partners, Sergeant Paul Hernandez from the National City Police Department, and our Division Chief Robert Hernandez from National City Fire Department. So, well, relation or no relation?
No relation.
Okay.
Brothers. Yeah, we're working the same type of business.
Well, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And as we know, our district safety is first. So I'm very happy to hear that the board has adopted that as part of the priorities. We're also continuously working on supporting and creating an environment that supports our national school district learner profile. And this is really for us to eliminate human potential and positively impact the world. With our comprehensive school safety plans, we are aligning the work to the Sustainable Development Goals, Area 3, good health and well-being, as well as Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So today's presentations, we're going to go over the CSSP, our legal obligations. We're going to be going over the process for updating and revising the comprehensive school safety plans, the process for training staff. We always want to remind the board and the public that this is an iterative process, meaning we're always keeping safety in mind for all on campus, students, staff, visitors. We'll talk about current updates, and during the current updates, I would just like to take a moment to thank Trustee Avalos for your presentation at the last board meeting. Many of the items that you shared will be covered today. And Trustee Betancourt Castañeda, your presentation today touched upon many of the items that we'll be covering today. So I'm really excited to be able to share that. And again, we're also going to be discussing the access, how the public has access to the comprehensive school safety plans, as well as our staff members. Okay, Legal obligations. So the district obligations under California Ed Code is to develop a comprehensive school safety plan that is required by Ed Code. The law requires that each school update and adopt its plans by March 1st annually. So here at National School District, we actually have the plans approved by the board by March 1st. It requires that the school district or county of office approve the safety plans. Like I mentioned, we asked the board to do that in our district. Ed Code does not specify by when the safety plan must be approved by the district. However, the school or district or county office of ed must annually notify the CDE by October if any of the schools have not complied with any requirements. That has never been the case in our district. So the process for updating and revising the safety plans and the process for training staff. So as I mentioned, this is an iterative process, meaning it never really ends. We always want to update our safety plans. We partner with Keenan to support the making sure that the plans are up to date, they comply with the law. And so what they do, they provide a template for us, which the schools then draft the comprehensive school safety plan. The school site council at each school site reviews the safety plans. That input is taken back to Keenan, which then they compile the CSSPs, which are reviewed by the police department and the fire department to make sure that all the applicable components are in place. And then finally, we bring them for board approval. In terms of the process for training our staff on the comprehensive school safety plans, we have 3 documents that we use to provide this training. We have the finalized safety plans along with our NSD flip books, which you'll probably see in every classroom and office across the district. Those were recently updated to ensure that the cardiac emergency response plans are in place as part of the flip books. We also have the emergency operation plan. The EOP is a document that has the evacuation routes, maps of all the school sites, including the district office. That is the only component that is not public because it has vital information that we do not want everybody to have access to. However, the CSSP and the flipbook are generally available to the public for review. In terms of the process for training, we have a beginning of year training at every school site. Dr. Brady does an amazing job collecting input from all staff members on topics that they would like emphasized as part of the training. Additionally, at the school sites, there is a standing safety item that's discussed at every staff meeting. So it's always being brought up during those staff meetings. There's monthly trainings for select staff members and site subs on safety protocols. There's substitute training and information for evacuation procedures and the flip book. So when substitutes come into the school sites, they are prepared and given information should something happen on when to evacuate, the procedures and what have you. And then there are other strategies and protocols that sites will engage in, and those are unique to each site. So current revisions, and this is a little bit tiny, I apologize for that. So one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we addressed is a reunification plan. Should there be a situation where parents are not available to pick up their children for whatever reason, we do have an annex within our emergency operation plan to ensure that we respond in an appropriate manner should a child be left at school or family member, parents are not able to come and pick them up or for whatever reason. So that has been included as part of our comprehensive school safety plan. In terms of air quality and wildfire smoke, we have also added a hazard threat annex for extreme heat and unhealthy air quality. We recently had fires down here in the South Bay, and especially with what happened in LA County, we want to be prepared should something like that happen. So that has been included as part of our EOP. AB 2887 the school safety plans, medical emergency procedures. As you noted, Trustee Betancourt Castañeda, we are way ahead of the game for this. And so that provision has been addressed through the cardiac emergency response plans that were established 2024, 2023, I'm not too sure. They've been, I believe this was like last year.
23, yeah.
23.
23 going in.
Yeah, so we were ahead of the game, I would say, what, 2 years? So I'll revise that slide. Senate Bill 153, School Safety Plans for Instructional Continuity Plan. So this is included in our EOP Communication and Reunification Annex. So really what this means is how are students still going to receive services, education, should the schools close down for any major reason. That detail, that requirement has been included in our EOP. And then finally, AB 1858, Comprehensive School Safety Plans for Active Shooters, Armed Assailant Drills. This assembly bill actually guides districts on what not to do for these types of drills. So what the state legislature is doing is having a sensible approach, a more trauma-informed approach when we are having these types of drills, meaning we don't want to have people with masks running in and potentially traumatizing students. And I would even say potentially staff, because everybody comes with their own mental health needs. And so this assembly bill actually tells us what we should probably stay away from in terms of practices, but it also mandates that the CDE come up with a best practices at the state level that we can utilize at the local level. The way we have addressed this requirement is through our hazard threat annex for active assailants. That has been in place for several years now, and we reviewed it to make sure that it's complying with this assembly bill. Access. So as I mentioned, the safety plans are available to the public at each school site. We do have a log. So when students when staff, or not staff, community members want to review the safety plans, they are able to access them at the school sites. There is a log to make sure that we keep track of who is requesting those plans. I do want to say that the emergency operation plans, again, those are not public because of the sensitive information that they do have. Any questions? I don't have any questions lately.
Dr. Kraft. I was just wondering the roles that our fire chief and our, sorry, I'm gonna pull it over, that our colleagues here play, and I was wondering if you could speak to a little bit up at the podium so that the public can hear.
Sure, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Hernandez will go first.
All right, sounds good.
No, he hasn't done, so. Firehouse.
Good evening, everybody. Madam President, board members, staff, and those who have decided to stay with us. Good evening to all of you. My name is Robert Hernandez. I'm the Division Chief of the National City Fire Department, also the city's fire marshal. And this is kind of part of my baby, right? I think today is most significant, right? We look at the Palisades fire where we had 13 of our firefighters there for 2 weeks. And we had another couple over in Altadena. I think this is even more real today, right? We look at this and it became significant for me as I was reading through each one in its entirety to really understand the gravity of looking at the news. I was not there. I was here making sure that staffing was appropriate, overtime was taken care of. However, I watch the news like all of you, and so many schools that were completely desecrated, right? And homes and all the rest. So I think these kinds of things are truly important, but even more so important in what we just all experienced, either their family members or just watching it on the news. So I can assure you, coming from the fire department, I know the police department does the same thing. You know, we have an incident command system, as I was reading, that you all are part of, right? That ICS system. And we're all part of that. And everybody does it every single day. If it's a birthday party, you use the ICS system. You really do. You figure out who can best who does best at creating the food and making it look nice, and who does the best at putting things together and organizing, and what more resources do you need so you send a family member over to go get some more Cokes. That's the ICS system, right? You delegate, you have duties for everyone. Fire service and the fire department use that system. We really do, and we unify that in an emergency. And we expand or we decrease as needed, and we look at resources, pulling them in to assure that we have proper resources for, in this instance, our school and our children. I can tell you there are many times where Dr. Brady has called me, right? We've had something going on over at Kimball. We got an unusual odor. We had the flooding, and it's important to be responsive to that. And I know that Dr. Brady, you have my number and you have called, and I'm very responsive to that because children are super important. I, like many that are from this area, I grew up here, went to school here, and I am so fortunate to be working here currently. But I can tell you that part of responding to this type of plan and assuring you that we thoroughly vet it and read it and make comments as needed. They're not to pick it apart, but they're to make it better, right? And so in my responsibility of reviewing the plan, I looked and thought, okay, how can we make an exceptional plan even better? So I did provide those comments, and I would hope that if there are questions from the dais or from, of course, staff, I'd be more than happy to meet with you one-on-one or as a group to explain those items to you. Lastly, I can assure you that the fire department is here for you, right? We have 50 some odd staff members, including administrative staff. We run a department that has 3 stations, one near Boys and Girls Club near Kimball Park. Everybody's familiar with that. The other one is near Euclid Avenue, closest to Sweetwater Road in Euclid, right next to Lincoln Acres, right? And then we have another near El Toyon. And so we do provide the services to the community. We are here for you 24/7. Yes, we send people to Altadena and to the Palisades Fire. Was that an important component? Absolutely. But we never forsook the community, right? We were here for you. I maintained the staffing, and our chief went and became a strike team leader, and we made sure that we never took the community for granted, and we made sure that we continue to staff our people. Lastly, we do have an agreement through the county fire chiefs in that even though we may be in a large fire, a large incident here in our community, you may see all of our engines in a certain part of town, and you go, oh my goodness, what if one of our schools or someone here at the district office needs assistance? We do have an automatic aid agreement with county fire chiefs, which means that we can pull resources from anywhere. And that includes police and fire. So we can pull people from El Cajon, La Mesa, Coronado, Chula Vista, San Diego, and we do this all the time. And we do that for our brethren as well. So we cross borders as well to provide that type of accountability and assistance to our neighbors as well. So thank you. I'll leave it to the next Hernandez here.
Well, that's going to be hard to follow up on. Board president, board members, and staff, thank you for having me here today. Everybody else that's been here. So I'm Sergeant Hernandez. Been with the police department for about 20 years. And I recently got assigned to this assignment, which is our community services. So I'm directly in charge of our school resource officers. So very happy to be in this position, very happy to be a part of this. When we talk about school safety, it is one of our major priorities in our community. Not only keeping everybody safe, but also keeping all our kiddos safe, and as well as the staff and the teachers, so that they can have a good environment and be able to provide that level of learning to our kids. At the police department, we take our responses to these types of incidents very seriously. We conduct routine, robust training when it comes to active assailants or active shooter type incidents, and we train frequently. Not only am I a sergeant for the school resource officers, but I'm also a team leader on our SWAT team. So I get a lot of that experience from the tactical side, and we bring that over to our school resource officers and every individual officer as well. So that way, if I'm not here or one of the other SWAT personnel aren't here, all of our officers have that specific type of training so they can respond proficiently to keep our school staff and kids safe. So we routinely provide that training to everybody. It's very important, and we'll continue to do that. So we look forward to serving you guys and ensuring everybody's safe at all times. You guys have any questions specifically to that?
Trustee Lopez. Yes, thank you for being here still. Just a quick question. Our officers on the school side, they're armed?
Yes.
And then have they ever been part of any student behavior intervention, anything like that? Or what is their role in our schools?
For the school resource officers?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're there ultimately to provide safety for staff and for the kids. We mainly rely on the school staff to deal with any behavioral issues. And we're really there just as a support element. And we try to remain more hands-off if we can, and really leave it to staff. But we're there to support and be there in case something, traumatic or bad happens.
Yes. Just a follow-up question on that. Given what we have seen take place at the city side, are our officers in our schools trained on mental health or anything of that they can support students or staff, whatever that case?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, yeah.
Yes, so we do receive training on mental health awareness. We do work with PERT clinicians, the psychiatric emergency response team clinicians. We're actually nurses with that type of training. So we have one of those that rides with us occasionally, not only with SROs, we do pull them to help us out on occasion, but they're mainly in patrol, but it is a resource that we have and a resource that we can provide to the community.
Dr. Kraft?
Yes. Trustee Lopez, I just wanted to add on what Mr. Hernandez said is Sergeant.
That's fine. Yeah.
Sergeant Hernandez. We've had a nice long partnership with our school resource officers for decades, I think, in National School District. About 6 years ago, we were able to secure a full-time resource officer, and we do share one. We also bring them into our schools to interact and play with our kids because they serve our community, and we want one of our goals is that there is a positive relationship when they encounter a police officer as opposed to having a negative relationship, because we did find that the research indicated that an individual that can have a positive, even if they do encounter a negative, has a good aspect of it. As with respect to PERT, we have talked to, and Sergeant is new, but we have asked that, if we could get PERT training, but I came to light that during the SRO training that the SRO officers need to attend, those components play out. So in big scheme of things with our schools, they do a lot of proactive, almost community type services. They build relationships with their staff, relationships with the students, do assemblies, they do Star Pal, but they also help our staff in situations that could be crossing lines out of our jurisdiction, and have been very, very helpful. I've had them in several of the meetings with me in ensuring that the school processes, protocols are followed, and students as well as guests are kept safe.
Any other questions? I kind of do. Trustee Sarmiento?
Yeah, there was issues a while back when we had problems with, as you know, the parent dropping their kids off at school, traffic issues. I know Lincoln Acres was a big problem. I don't know if it is so much anymore, if that's under control. Do you have people out patrolling?
So we do, yes. So the school resource officer, so there are 1.5 for national, but we actually have 3. So the department has committed an additional school resource officer to kind of helping the endeavors and get some more support out there. And then myself included. But we do go out, do routine patrols around schools in the morning and then after, during pickups at the end of school. So I think we try to do more of an education piece and more of a, showing presence rather than having to go out and ticket everybody. I think a lot of times when they see us, then it's like, okay, well, let's be okay. And that kind of helps the situation out a bit. But then if it gets to the point where it's like, okay, this is an ongoing issue, we need to start conducting some enforcement, then we obviously have not only our patrol division, but we also have a traffic division. Those are the gentlemen on the motorcycles. So people see them and they really, perk up and want to mind their P's and Q's to make sure they're following the rules of the road. And then also not dealing with the parking issues and I know how frustrating it can be trying to pick up a child, and maybe your child is a little late to come out and other people are stacking up waiting. So, but we try to work with everybody, and I think the presence is what really reduces the incidents that we have. And I think it does help to monitor that and keep that at a lower level. It was brought to my attention that there has been a little pick up and some traffic issues over by Olivewood Elementary due to the church and doing a food drive giveaway. Yes. So we went out there today. We're trying to make contact with the church and see if maybe we can adjust them and if they can work with us to maybe do it at a different time, different day, to try to reduce any issues out there. So. Yeah.
I can talk, I can speak to that a little bit more. The cause of the safety about that one is they create a one lane. And I live a block away from, a block and a half away from Olivewood, where the students' safety is compromised because what happens is the people who are like trying to receive the goods from the church, they line up very early. And I have actually collected video and pictures where there's cars coming up the street and there's a car coming head on. I've almost been hit head on. I've seen multiple cars almost being hit head on because it's a total disregard. They don't let you out. It's very, very unsafe, and they come at a high rate of speed to try to hurry up and come out. I've actually spoken to multiple council members about it. I've spoken to patrol about it, and it's been going on for years. It's not just recent. It's been years, and it's multiple days now. It's not just one day, it's multiple days. So we've had this discussion from a district with I think it was somebody from the city. And they said it was fixed, but I can attest to you, it's not been fixed. I will go off, I can drive or what have you, and it's really, really bad. It can go from 26 all the way to F, all the way up 24, and back all the way around. It's really, really bad. So if you guys can have a conversation with them, have a different system, it really is, it's really unsafe for our students. And it happens during the pickup time for our students. And it's throughout the day. It's not just one given day. So I implore you to come out and take a look. I do have data to prove that it's during a specific time of our children's pickup time. And it's really very, very unsafe for our students.
See if they'll change it to Saturday.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
Because it is, I drive it every day.
Or on a Thursday after our pickup time, because I mean even after our pickup time, it's still unsafe for our regular drivers because they will even block the avenue. And it's if I know you're familiar with the city. With that dip, when you come up, you don't see those cars. And people drive very fast. Even when you press that button, people don't stop, they don't respect it. And it's very unsafe. So,
Yes, we will definitely look into that. Like I was saying, so the officers are planning on going out there today, actually, and to talk to the church staff and try to come up with a solution that would help both, because we get it on our end. They're trying to help people, but when it starts to affect the safety of others and especially our kids in our neighborhoods, like, we need to make that a priority. So we will definitely be in contact with them. Again, trying to do that, outreach piece first, kind of education on the issue. I really like the Saturday idea. Whose idea was that?
That's mine.
All right, there we go. I like it. Yeah, I like it. Because, that probably reduce the effect it has on that community right there, with less traffic. So we'll propose those ideas and hopefully we can come up with a solution. Because like I said, if that's not the case, then we have to start going, okay, well, you guys are blocking the roadway. So we send some folks out there and people start getting tickets. They're not going to be happy about it, but we have to provide that service, to the community. And we'd really like to just have a working relationship with everybody. So that's the goal. But we will definitely be in contact with them and try to get that worked out for you guys.
I have some ideas I can share with you.
Yeah, sounds good.
And one more thing.
Yes.
Ranger, every day because I go from the elementary school to the junior high to the high school, every day, pick up grandkids. Ranger, there's always a line of cars that stop and wait till the bell rings, till the kids come out, and people are pretty patient with each other, because if I'm stopped here and there's a car in front of me and I got my kid picked up and they don't, I gotta wait till they move before I can move. And I appreciate the police not, cracking down, because how else are they gonna get their kids? They're like over here at our Harbison, it was my idea to put that drive-through area behind the school where the parents could pull in, drop off, and then pull back out on 8th Street. And also it worked so well, we did it over at El Toyan, or New Horizons actually. So I appreciate the patience, like I said, but there have been a couple of times where I've seen police officers out there. Karina was one of them, and there's the long line waiting, and she's going like this. She's up ahead about 100 yards or so. She's waving them on, and I was wondering, why are these cars going? They're usually stopped here waiting for the bell to ring, and one by one they start leaving. And then I get up to the front and she's over like this and I'm going, doo. They'd never done that before. And then she came walking up the sidewalk. She goes, oh, it's you. I go, I'm sorry. I go, is there a problem? And she goes, no, we just don't like people to be stopping. Obviously the people are going to complain, the neighbors, and through traffic, but there's no other solution. Maybe they can have a drive-through in this parking lot or something. I don't know what the answer is, but it's a nightmare and it's daily.
Yes, no, I totally understand. And I think the car issue is just going to get increasingly worse with, the more people have vehicles, the more parking is taken up, the less spots there are, and it's just an ongoing issue. But I think the more presence that we have, but mind you, I have the 4, including me. So us are jumping from school to school. We're trying to do our thing. We'll get good at one school for a little while, then we go to the next one, and then by the time it circles back, we have to come back. So I think it's just that constant maintenance of just showing the presence and keeping everybody going. But those are other discussions when it comes to the city and planning and, above my pay grade.
Right.
So how we can come up with a long-term
Schools
solution.
too, schools need to take some responsibility and see if they can come up with, because I know there's a drive-through behind the band room at Granger. Cars can easily pull in and pull back out. And maybe the folks at Granger need to be talked to about that, just to make it safer for our kids.
No, absolutely. I think people could drive that, but it's just a rectangle, go around the block, come around. By the time you come around the second time, oh, there they are, let's go. So.
And my grandson yells at me.
Yeah.
But thank you, appreciate your input.
No problem.
Thank you for trying to solve all our problems.
We'll keep working at it, one at a time, but we'll work at it.
I should probably release you because I think between the 5 of us, we can come up with a few more things before. We even talked to this side. But thank you very much for coming and for being present.
Absolutely.
For this. And thank you for supporting our school district with, yes, your expertise, your knowledge. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, the continuation of 10B is to approve the comprehensive school safety plan for all schools. Thank you. Questions? Good. Okay. So motion to approve by trustee Lopez, second by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Item 10C, to approve CT 4269 with San Diego County Superintendent of Schools. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second?
Dr. Kraft?
Yes, I'd like to invite Dr. Vargas up to the podium again to give a brief explanation of this grant.
Good evening, Board, Executive Cabinet. The contract before you for approval is for us to enter into the grant for the Child Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. So again, connecting this to Trustee Bettencourt Castaneda's mental health initiatives and focus. The Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative is a statewide initiative that provides funding to school districts to expand on mental health support, so what we call school-based mental health services. This can include professional development, materials, and it's through one of the pipelines as part of that initiative. This particular grant would help expand what's called the School Partnership Program, which allows, again, for professional development and materials to develop sensory corners and items like that.
I see this is actual revenue.
Yes, it's money in, one time, not ongoing.
Any questions? All right. I have a motion to approve by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, a second by trustee Lopez. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 11, human resources. 11A, to approve the revised job description for accountant. Do I have a motion?
Motion to table till next meeting.
I second the motion.
I had a few questions that I'm not sure we have time.
Is it time sensitive for this item to bring forward?
Time sensitive. Dr. Kevin?
Can you repeat what, I didn't hear
Is it time sensitive?
No, but what she commented before.
It was a table item.
Oh, tabling.
She has questions that she
Oh.
feels we need more time for.
Oh, okay. So we have, I think I can't remember what month I brought you a risk management position. And we had a discussion about that. That risk management position was filled by our payroll person in business services in Dr. Burke's department. Simultaneously, our financial accountant, Michael Guerrero, who's been gone for just a little bit, happily retired in December. So the department he retired. So he enjoyed his winter break and didn't come back. So with those two positions vacant, there's a need to restructure the department. And one of the needs is to reduce this position as a financial accountant to an accounting position so that some of that savings can be used to reorganize that payroll. I don't want to call it payroll department, but the payroll functions of the district. So that is what is behind this, and it would be to reorganize Michael and payroll position.
So
Just the reason that it's time sensitive is because the team has been short-staffed, 1.5 to 2 people since that December shift. So it's been a challenge for the department to, and we've got a lot of deadlines coming up. So that's why it's time sensitive.
We have a special board meeting coming up. Can we bring it back on that special board meeting?
Yeah, that's possible.
We do it then?
Would
you compare
With that,
Could you tell me what kind of questions you have?
Sure, what is the significance and pay deduction for this role? And is this role classified or is it admin? I was wondering.
This is a confidential
Oh, I
position.
see.
So unrepresented, it's not represented. So a 40, and I'm gonna tell you what the top pay is, because that's kind of how we measure. The 40 right now, if top pay is 98,532, and it would be reduced to 84,912. And while there's a cost savings there to reduce that position, the savings would go into helping to reorganize another role in that department.
so currently, the motion is to table. Would you like to continue with that motion?
No, I'll suspend.
Okay. Trustee Avalos, are you okay with removing that table? Sure. Okay, so then the question is,
I make the motion to approve item 11A.
okay? Do you have a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, remaining questions? All right, I have a motion to approve by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote. Item 12, business services. Item 12A, facility and safety updates.
Okay, everybody. President Gates, trustees of the board and executive cabinet, and our persistent audience, thank you for being here. Facility update quickly. I'll show you some pictures. Just progress on playgrounds is what I want to share tonight. Some really exciting progress happening out there. Kimball is getting there. They're approaching completion, as you can see. The play structures are going in. I'm excited about this next one here. This is their shade structure. Kimball has always needed more shade. And you see those tall poles that are going to be holding up the sail type shade material. And then these colorful seats down at the bottom. It's kind of like group seating for up to, I believe it's 40 plus students. So pretty exciting opportunity over there. At Las Palmas, really good progress there. You see here, they're pouring concrete, getting that track ready, the sidewalk path of travel ready, installing turf, doing the preliminary turf steps to get that laid down. A reminder to the board and to the community for our turf. There's a foundation. We take out a whole lot of soil to remove any possible contaminants, old Matchbox cars, whatever is down there, old toys, get rid of that, bring in new foundation material. Then on top of that is a sports pad that is, it's called a concussion safety pad. And then on top of that is the turf, and then we fill with natural sand and fill as opposed to the rubber pellets. We don't use the rubber pellets. They've been associated with cancers potentially. It's not a hard connection, but we don't want to take chances with the children of National, so we use a natural sand infill. Lincoln Acres is getting an exciting update that people are fired up about. They contact me on the regular, talking about what's going on at Lincoln Acres. Is that where the Chargers are going to finally move to? And it's unfortunately no, but we do have an exciting field going in there. It's a little bit different than some of the others. The opportunity presented itself to make kind of a hybrid soccer football field, and really close to opening up over there. Kids are getting very excited. The community is getting very excited. You see it also in the upper right corner. Baseball, we've got the 12U type baseball field going in place there too. So very cool. Yeah, a lot of former Lincoln Acres kids getting jealous, that's for sure. On the top ground playground, there's also these structures going in. So Lincoln Acres is getting a beautiful refresh. You might be, I know some of our board members have tried out that game. It looks like an orange and silver cage. That's actually something that it's like a digital game, interactive, that students with ambulatory challenges can play, and anybody can play. I've given my best shot at it. It's a fun game. So lots of opportunities for the kids. You want to see here too. This is going to eventually, when the pour in place, all of our new play structures are also getting the pour in place surface, which is if you've been to any of the newer parks or recently redone parks, it's like a bouncy kind of rubbery surface. It's not the wood chips. We are trying to get rid of all the wood chips as we go through the district. And it's more sanitary and safer to have these pour and play, and we use virgin rubber for the pour and play. So that's again another health consideration. And you see here on this structure on the bottom right how that's going to be accessible, handicap accessible. And we're trying to provide those opportunities at all our sites too, to make sure everybody can get up onto the structure and play. It's not just for some, it's for all. And then there's activities along the sides of the structures that are also inclusive. And that concludes if there are any questions about our facility update.
What are you doing with the wood chips you're pulling out?
That's a great question, and I don't know the answer. I hadn't asked that question yet. I do not know. I do not know, but I can pursue that answer and provide it to the board on Friday.
Dr. Brady.
I believe the board approved a bid for playground removal, which includes the base and all the wood chips and everything with it. So I think that the companies that are taking out the play structures are taking everything with them.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. That makes sense. I know they're taking all the structures out. So, and if it's any different than that, I'll give an update, but that's probably who is taking them.
Just wondering.
Any other questions? All right, item 12B, presentation and discussion on budget adjustments and reductions. Dr. Burke.
Yes, everybody's favorite subject, budget reductions and adjustments. As you recall, at the first interim in December, we took a look at our budget at that time period, and we had, negotiations had completed with our partners in the NCETA. That changes our overall projections for expenditures. Some other additional expenditures came about. So we had directions from the county office to adjust our budget. The way the county office resolution read, it says, if the fiscal condition does not improve, the district will implement at least $3,067,937 in ongoing expenditure reductions in 25-26. I'm reading from the county document on the left where the arrow is. It says, and $4,927,630 in ongoing reductions in 26-27. My interpretation of that was very literal. Fortunately, it's not as literal. So my interpretation when I read that was, we'll have to implement $3 million in ongoing expenditure reductions in 25-26 and new $4.9 million in ongoing reductions in 26-27. The good news is it is actually just the total of close to $5 million in reductions that we need over the year period. The way it reads is a little tricky. So that's good news. And you can find the evidence of that in our first interims. There's a line called out for budget other adjustments, and it calls out those same exact numbers: $3,067,937 for 25-26, $4,927,000 for the following year total. So we have that total to address. Here's some recommended opportunities that we have. We've come through every line in the budget. Arena and I have looked at every single subline that you could look at and tried to find opportunities where spending is not tracking towards what was budgeted, and then try to make adjustments there. So what we see or opportunities like the top two. Teacher reductions due to attrition. We have had around 4 teachers per year retire or leave the district. And so this would be 4 reductions, not hiring them back because of our staffing ratios are sufficient without hiring those positions back. So we have had conversations with teachers. We do believe that there are solidly 4 teachers who will leave this district this year or potentially more. And so the plan would be to not fill those vacancies and use the existing staffing that we have with the to cover the students that we have and stay under ratio. The next one is releasing 13 temporary teachers due to declining enrollment and the teachers returning from leave of absence. So this is again 13 other positions at the end of the year that we, as of the beginning of the new fiscal year, we would not have those positions on our budget. Again, this is related to declining enrollment and being able to fill that staffing fill the ratios with the staff that we have. Of course, we would bring back teachers, temporary teachers, should the numbers necessitate that we do. Should that opportunity present itself to bring back staff. We don't want to lose new teachers. That's not ideal. We think our newest teachers are fantastic and some of our best long-term assets. But in the reality of the budget world, you are limited in what levers that you can pull. And when teachers are temporary teachers, they are released at the end of the year. If we're able to bring them back because numbers demand or because budget enables us to, then that is a choice that we would be able to make at that time. But for today, in terms of managing the budget and passing and staying on track and being able to pass a resolution, and I should say that the March 7th board meeting is when we would be taking that action of passing a resolution and having a second interim, which is a deeper budget presentation. What we're kind of looking at tonight is more just a menu of options on things that we can do to reduce the budgetary costs and get under that resolution number. Textbooks are saved for in 2 places. Textbooks came in, we are saving for new curriculum at all times, always trying to work to save for new curriculum. This year we adopted social sciences, science, and next year the intention is to adopt social science. Science came in less expensive than anticipated, than what we saved for, but it does have some ongoing costs. It's important to note that teachers have a lot of voice in selecting the materials. I love the FOSS kits that were selected. They're very hands-on science. It's great for kids. It's hands-on, practical learning. It is lower in cost than some science adoptions might have been upfront. So what that did is kept our balance pretty high for our textbook savings. But there are ongoing costs with that science curriculum that will kick in future years, replacing some of the kit materials, replacing some of the experiments and things like that. You have to buy, refill some of the stock. But we are confident that our ongoing lottery fund, which is around $500,000 a year, will help keep that science afloat. And what we have saved now for the leftover, kind of quote unquote leftover for science, and what we had put aside for social science, still totals, because of that, $5.48 million, because science coming in low. We thought it might come in at $4 million or something like that, because that's what it potentially could. With it coming in under $2 million, we're able to we still have $5.48 million set aside for curriculum. In this proposal of opportunities, we would reduce that to $3 million. And again, I do expect at the end of the year, we're not going to have spent every single dollar in every budget line in the whole budget. The quote unquote fall to the bottom amount, there should be a little bit of opportunity to add to that at the end of the year from budget savings. And I'll show you a couple examples of budget savings I know are going to come in the next slide. But for right now, saying that, yeah, we are going to reserve $3 million for social science and put that $2.48 million towards our ongoing budget resolution and budget corrections. That is a viable plan that still gets us social science next year and keeps us in the black for the next 3 years, this year and two moving forward. Transportation, support, getting some additional support. Dr. Kraft and Co. have recognized the critical role of transportation in closing the opportunity gap in our district and giving kids the opportunity to get out to the Bay, to get to Olivewood Gardens, to get to Balboa Park and the Science Museum, all those places that our kids go. 450 field trips last year, on track for similar amount this year for our district. So there's LCAP support for that, which takes that expenditure out of our base general fund. So when you total up those for whether they're 2 years or one-time savings, you see the textbook adjustment is a one-time adjustment, not something that would happen every year. And as a matter of fact, we would go right back into saving for curriculum again next year. You see that the first year we're able to, under these recommended opportunities, 4.4 million worth of adjustments the first year, which nearly covers the whole resolution. 1.8 the second year. That gets us $6.2 million in savings. The resolution asks for close to 5. We went a little bit farther because we know that routine and restricted maintenance tends to cost more than the 3% that we budget for it. You know, you're required to budget 3% for routine and restricted maintenance. We're in a 150-year-old school district. It costs more than 3% to keep our buildings afloat and doing what they need to do. Special education is another area where we expect to make contributions from the general fund. And so we found more savings than we thought we needed, and are recommending that because of those factors, because of those additional expenditures we know are going to happen to us by the time June comes around. Other opportunities that are there for consideration as well. We talked about adjusting the school site budgets by $5,000 per site, reducing $50,000 per year. The school site budgets, not attractive. We know that principals and teaching teams have few opportunities to decide what materials they're going to have in their classroom and what activities they're going to have at their school. This is not something that we would want to take away, but it is an opportunity that generates $100,000 over 2 years. So we have included that. Same thing. This one is a special education. I already mentioned that it draws upon the general fund. Here's an area where it's been budgeted for. We could declare that and pull that out now. But again, we feel like the special education costs are going to encroach into the general fund more than this. So we need to protect this to help pay for some of that. I don't like to use the word encroachment, but that is the word that everybody uses. It bothers me because I don't view it that way. I think we serve each kid with what they need. And I don't view it as an encroachment because each student that shows up comes with their ADA first before their special education funding goes on top. That being said, that is a term that everyone uses when special education costs more than we're allotted. Vacancy savings, this is a good example. I know we're going to save that money at the end of the year because it's already happened. We budgeted for these positions and have not been able to hire. HR has been riding short all year pretty much. $77,000 savings captured there. Business has recently been riding short, $40,000 since December, as we mentioned. And IA positions, as hard as we try to hire IAs, there's just not enough people out there applying, qualified, and able to commit to the work. And unfortunately, we've saved $294,000 as a result. This is not money that we want to save. We want to hire these people. We want to fill these positions. But the matter of fact is we've saved $411,000. And by the end of the year, it's probably going to be over $500,000 because of these savings. So it's an unfortunate savings. Another one that we did not, a lot of districts are having to use this discretionary block grant. Discretionary block grant is money the governor has promised school districts, proposed to give to school districts in the January proposal. It's listed at $1.8 billion for the state. We calculated it out for our district at about $325 per student is what it comes to on a statewide rate. So for us, that means $1.2 million of discretionary money. A rare opportunity to have money granted to a school district where it doesn't come with very specific strings attached, where there's some flexible opportunity. That being said, it is one-time money, so it's generally not best to use one-time money for things that cost money every year. We typically, in finance, try to use one-time money for one-year things and ongoing money for ongoing things. So it is one-time money, so we have an opportunity to identify something in our district that we want to do with that. Many districts are using it to correct their budget resolutions and level up. We're not having to do that, so we still have that in our back pocket. That's one more tool on the belt that we might have to pull out next year. So again, there's another couple million there in potential savings opportunities. Things that we don't recommend at this time, but you have to talk about them because they're reality. Reduction, elimination of travel and conference. Total budgeted and all for all staff, all classes of staff is $476,000 across our district for the year. That is going to include teachers, psychologists, counselors, administrators, everybody. That is the travel or board, even our board trustees. That is our travel and conference budget for the entire district. We haven't touched that, but again, when you look at cuts and you know that cuts need to be made, that's one of the ones that typically gets identified. Elimination of OT and time card work. We currently budgeted $568,000 for overtime and time card work. That overtime is typically classified employees. Time card work is typically our certificated employees, is how we look at that. OT, they fill out a time card for classified, but it's their work is overtime because they're working 40 hours plus, which isn't always the case for our other groups. Class size increase, again, that's there. We would need to go into a study on what we would need to do to implement that, but the board has made it clear that that's a priority to not do that. So again, it falls under the not recommended opportunities. Layoff reductions in force, it's the same thing. It's unfortunate, but the reality is, as somebody said earlier on, we are a staff-driven budget. We're a staff-driven organization, and when you have to, at the end of the day, adjust big time on your budget, it typically does hit staff. A reduction in force is when you're doing reductions with staff members who are not temporary, people not on temporary contract. So we already have identified that temporary contracts are ones that we won't renew under this proposal, but reductions in force means taking people who are not in temporary status and reducing the number of staff we have. And that would be basically a layoff. Again, not something that we see as necessary at this time or something that we'd be interested in doing. We're recommending. Furlough days, just to give you that perspective, it costs it saves $283,000 for each furlough day. 5 furlough days gets you over $1 million. Should we have $1 million problem someday, that is one way it could be solved. That does not, you don't have to reduce in force. You don't have to do a layoff if you're doing some, if you can save enough through furlough days and other means. But again, it's not attractive, not an opportunity recommended at this time. Last but not least, school closures. We know that our neighbors to the south in South Bay are going, sorry to mention that, are looking at school closures. And, we have a declining enrollment issue too. So school closures are something that you have to be mindful of, or at least look at when you're in tough budget times. We don't feel like we're in that type of tough budget time right now, but should we ever get into that type of tough budget time, that would save $750,000 to $1.2 million, or $1 million actually, is what their study in South Bay. I talked to their CDO the other day, and that's what they were, the numbers that they provided to their community, and they were given through their consultancy. So that is all of the slides on opportunities. Recommended, additional, and not recommended. Any questions?
Trustee Lopez?
Thank you, Dr. Burke, for presentation. For our next meeting next week, I would like to see the numbers for what it would look like for reduction in the MTSS staff and their assistants. I want to see those numbers for next week.
Okay. MTSS staff it's can you address that? Because it's kind of a separate bucket.
Okay.
This actually would increase our issues if we did they are funded with title funds. And so if we release them, they would go back into the classroom and it would hit the base budget at a greater rate and more. We'd actually have to cut more. Also, with several of our district resource teachers, luckily we're still having ongoing payment, but they will be going back to the classroom when those funds run out, and they will impact the base budget. Right now, as I was sharing with you earlier, there's supplemental and categorical funds that are part of that funding, and if those come with strings. So they can't be used for raises or any of those things. They come with strings.
I would still like to see those numbers, also the impact of pulling principals out of their schools, who are those temporary contracts that we have with returning admin. So I want to see those numbers of who we're having those contracts with, just to see overall where else we can make reduction.
Are you talking about the leave of absence returning?
No, I believe we have contracts with retired principals who provide services for us. I would like to see that too.
Okay, yes, you can do that. I think we have two, right?
Yeah, they're retired principals. I believe one of them they covered Central while we were hiring a principal during that time. And they only have a certain amount of money they can make because of the retirement. And we have a retired vice principal who will come in and cover sites when principals are getting professional development, which has only happened this year. They haven't had the opportunity.
I would still like to see those first.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Brady.
And is there any, I should ask, is there any guidance other than the recommended? Because the next time we meet, we'll be bringing back the resolution as well, and we'll have to have a list. We can adjust it on the fly probably that night if we need to scratch and write. But just know the next time the second interim's coming, and that we will have to have a resolution for that meeting. And that again for the public is on March 7th, 6th.
March 6th.
Sorry about that. March 6th at 6 o'clock, normal meeting time.
All right. 12C to accept donations. Do I have a motion to approve the Dr. Burke?
We've got some donations. One was for the breakfast, the welcome back breakfast, and another is for transportation. Sorry, I don't have it. Thank you. Old school. $1,000 from I don't need a mic here. $1,000 from California Credit Union to National School District to sponsor this all-staff professional development breakfast, January 13th this year, and then $200 from Cal Credit Union for transportation student roundtable students to Earth Day.
All right. Any questions? Okay, trustee Betcor Castaneda made motion, trustee Avalos seconded, please vote. All right. Okay, board cabinet communications, trustee Lopez.
Yes, I'll keep it brief. I know we're in immense pressure given upcoming testing, but I do want to remember that our teachers are more than test scores and our students are more than test scores.
Trustee Sarmiento.
Yes, I'd just like to say congratulate Kelly Contreras, our volunteer of the month, along with Pauline Diaz-Lizarraga, instructional aide, the new hire, and really thoroughly enjoyed the VAPA presentation. Those kids are great. And as well as the student roundtable presentation. Could I get the names of those students? I can send them a note. Sure. That's all I have.
Trustee Betcor Castaneda.
Thank you. Just wanted to very quick, wanted to agree with Trustee Lopez on her comment. I wanted to congratulate our students on their presentation from Student Roundtable, from Nick and Akers on their VAPA presentation. Congratulate Kelly Contreras on her award. Welcome our new hire. Congratulate Dr. Brady on her PTA award. Yes, today. Surprise award. wanted to, let's see. I will give an update on my delegate meeting next time. And my Shine meeting, as I mentioned before, about when I hear about great things that are happening from our previous students, I will get the next time, try to make it brief. And that's it. Have a wonderful evening. So.
Trustee Avalos.
Gee, there's so many, thank yous to so many children that were here and so many presentations. Thank you to students of the superintendent round table. Maybe someday they'll be sitting here at our spots.
They do already.
They do. So that's great. Okay. So that's wonderful. Lincoln Acres fourth grade students, and the show and visual, I think that's great that they're doing that. And I am the president of the TMM, Teatro Máscara Mágica. And sometimes we're always looking for young children to be in the plays. We choose a lot of them from different schools. At one time, we were able to give free tickets to the National City children when it was at the Lyceum Theater. And from the Casa de Salud and from different schools, we were able, as long as somebody took them, and we'd give them free tickets to go. We did get a new theater in San Isidro, and I was able to give families free tickets with their children from the National School District. So they could go and the pasarola, and they all had fun, they all liked it, they got to break the piñata and sing, and some our own children from the National School District, they were like singing and they had a great time. So maybe someday we'll be able to ask one of our own school students to participate as their parents, of course, if that's the thing. Thank you, Kelly Contreras. She's a great teacher. She's a great, enthusiastic, passionate person to teach them all this and to volunteer to do that. I think that's absolutely great. Thank you for our new employees. And of course, I wanted to say that about our superintendent, since I was the only one that went to the Founders PTA. But Mrs. McCord beat me to it. Anyway, our family that was there, I was sitting like on the second row or third row, and they came down and they said, Mrs. Avalos, why don't you come and sit with us? I said, oh, no, I can't, because I couldn't tell anybody. I said, I just want to be here so I can take pictures, because I love to take pictures. And then when Mrs. Brady received her awards, did you know about it? And she came up to me, did you know? I said, yeah, I did. I didn't know. So it was great. It was, I'm going to let her tell you why she received this great award. And we took a lot of pictures and we met a very nice young man. That could talk more than I could. And so it was really, really good. It was nice, and I was very proud of our superintendent receiving an award from the PTA foundation that was the ninth district, right? So that was nice, very nice. And so we'll let her brag about herself and how she got it. Dr. Burke?
Thank you to our library and media specialists and our teachers who are doing Read Across America this week. And special shout out to Mateo Chavez today from the VAPA. Because of his expressive reading, I really noticed it. It was awesome.
Dr. Kevin? Congratulations to Kelly Contreras. Thank you for everything you do. I want to say thank you to the students, amazing what they're doing and great presentations. And thank you to Ms. Tax, who's also the VAPA teacher. She seems so enthusiastic, and it definitely translates into the students. Welcome to the new employees, and thank you to Officer Hernandez and Fire Chief Hernandez for coming tonight.
Dr. Kraft?
Yes, I wanted to share that I concur that our students and teachers are more than test scores. And there was a direction given on November 12th to get the test scores up. And am I hearing that urgency needs to be changed? I'd like clarity on that so we can move in that direction.
Dr. Brady?
I know we don't have much time because it's 10:30, so I just want to say that from the first day of school, we have managed to increase our enrollment by 187 students, which equates to about $2.8 million of revenue. So go look at that was all of you with the award-winning school districts and Smart and Final that got 5 million impressions. And I'll be bringing an item to increase that to the ARCO stations so we could do some advertisements when people are pumping gas too.
Why did you get your award? You didn't tell us.
No, we are out of time.
Out of time.
Oh, yeah. So, Rebecca?
I just heard about it.
Rebecca in our roundtable said that what she is learning is that we should be respecting different opinions and that we need to ensure every voice is heard. And we're closing with Rebecca's words tonight.
Do you do this in